Good evening, councillors. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and those that are watching this through your computer. Welcome to this meeting. I declare it open at 7:15. Members of the public that are registered to speak by audio-visual link on an agenda item are asked to keep the microphones muted and the video off until I invite you to speak. Speakers will not be able to present material as part of their speaking time or share their screen. Everyone at this meeting is reminded to conduct themselves in a polite and professional manner. Keep your communication factual, use appropriate language and tone, and do not use any defamatory or derogatory remarks. Defamation laws apply to addresses in the public forum. Members of the public not registered to speak, you are invited to attend the meeting as observers. You must not interrupt meeting procedures or encourage disorderly conduct, including general conversations or commentary that may cause disruption to the meeting. To the limited disruption to the meeting, any mobile phones brought into the meeting are to be switched off or switched silent or vibrate to alert mode, with telephone calls not to be taken during the immediate vicinity of the public meeting. Should the meeting become unruly or unmanageable, I have discretion to ask individuals disrupting the meeting to leave or adjourn the meeting, and the businesses will be suspended. I ask that councillors observe the requirements under the Code of Meeting Practice. Meeting, including debate on an item, will commence only once we have a mover and a seconder on the item rather than a Mayoral Minute. The mover has the right to reply before the motion is put to a vote. Raise your hand to indicate you wish to speak, as I will determine the speaking order based on the hands as I see them. On the commencement of your speaking on a motion or an amendment, please indicate clearly you are speaking for, against the motion or amendment. Please ensure you address the chair rather than other councillors, staff or members of the public. For the efficient conduct of this meeting, it is not necessary for you to repeat matters that you agree and were raised by previous speaker. It's sufficient for you to say what you agree with the points raised. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important point. I must remind you that you're not allowed to record this meeting via either phone or any other mechanical, electronic equipment. You're not allowed to use that to record it, nor take any photos. Now, acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the Gradilla and the Bridgili people of the Eora Nation and pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging. The people of the Eora Nation, their spirits and ancestors will always remain with our waterways and the land, our Mother Earth. I now ask Father Maritsu from St. Teresa's Catholic Church Mascot to open the meeting in prayer. Please stand.
Lord Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, we gather in this hall this evening, men and women of diverse experiences of life, who come together invigorated by the same calling, that of reflecting and acting on the good of the people of the Bayside city jurisdictions entrusted to you by reason of your service. This is sufficient to call ourselves brothers and sisters. We come together as women and men who place their confidence in a varied expressions of spiritual journeys, beliefs, and experience. This all we uphold as sacred ground on which our life stands in adoration. We gather under the blessing of our great Southern Cross. You speak to us of the light that our Creator God is for all of us. For in God there is no darkness. Under this blessing, in our sacred land, we live in peace. Yet our hearts are broken by the images of war and destructions that afflict numerous parts of the world. The words of the Psalm 34, "The Lord is near to those who have a broken heart," are words of hope and consolation. But at the same time, these words cannot take us away from our personal and collective responsibility. As men and women who care for people, as we celebrate our blessings of peace and prosperity, we make memory of those who experience war and tribulations. Behind few detain the power and impose their decisions on life and death of people, we think of the people of every day. Everyone is in our heart, but particularly in these days, we see the images and listen to the words or word of the people of Israel and of Palestine. We hear their cry, we see their tears. The great philosopher Baruch Spinoza, who lived between the 1600 and the 1700, of Jewish birth but of Portuguese upbringing, had to say, "Peace is not an absence of war. It is a virtue, a state of mind, a disposition for benevolence, confidence, and justice." You may not have to deal directly with these conflicts, but you deal daily with the demands of people of your jurisdictions. Here too, you encounter joys and afflictions, sufferings and various needs, hopes and expectations. Lord Mayor and councillors, allow me to paraphrase, as directed to you personally, the words spoken by Pope Paul VI to the United Nations on October 4, 1965. You are not content with facilitating mere coexistence between people. You take a much greater step forward, one deserving of praise and support, because you organize brotherly cooperations amongst people. And in this way, a system of solidarity is established so that lofty civilized aims may win the orderly and unanimous support of all the family of people for the common good and for the good of each individual. This is the finest aspect of your service. It is the most truly human aspect. It is the ideal that humankind dreams on its pilgrimage through time. It is the world's greatest hope. It is, we like to say, the reflection of the loving and transcendent design of God for the progress of the human family on earth. As you gather to deliberate for the good of the community of our council, let your hearts listen to the cry of those whose dignity, in its total integrity, is the sole reasons of your elected service and your responsibility, and such for which you are accountable. May the blessing of God, whose name is love, rest in your hearts and guide you as a blessing into the hearts of the people of this council and beyond, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you, Father. Next item on the agenda, councillors, is apologies. So I have an apology from Councillor McDougall. If someone could move by Councillor Morrissey, Councillor Soon seconded. I'll put it that his apology be accepted. I declare it carried. Next item is disclosure of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Warren.
11.3, CPE 23.031, family owner property that would be impacted by the proposal. I'll declare pecuniary interest and leave the chamber. Item 11.3, CPE 23.032, Public Duty Sydney Eastern Panel are on that, so I'll be declaring some moving out of the chamber. So,
Okay. And Councillor Curry, Councillor Morrissey, Councillor Muscat, Councillor Fardell, Councillor Jansen, Councillor Naji, which will be on that CP 23.32.
Mr. Mayor, that I'm on the planning panel, the Sydney Eastern Planning Panel.
Yep. And Councillor Souness, Councillor Werner, Councillor Barlow, Councillor Marcano went blank then, Councillor Douglas, Councillor Sedgwick. All right, I'll put it all in favour, so I that those interests be noted. Let's just do yours. Hmm? If I could have someone move the minutes of the previous meeting, moved by Councillor Largie, seconded by Councillor Wilder. I'll put it all in favour, so aye. Those against no, declare it carried. There's no. Councillors, there's a Mayoral Minute which has been published, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. If someone would like to speak on it, if not, I'll take it as read. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for putting forward this Mayoral Minute. It's something that is very close to our hearts, the tragic loss of life in our community. In the last 12 months, 4 women have lost their lives to domestic and family violence. And, you know, we continue to think about lives lost. Council is very committed through our action plan to stop domestic and family violence. I encourage everyone here tonight, everyone listening online, to please come to the walk on Saturday. Let's show strength as a community and bring greater awareness to domestic and family violence. We're meeting at 10 a.m. at Ramsgate Surf Lifesaving Club, and we're walking to Depina Reserve, where we'll have some speakers there and speaking. And then we've also got a reflection garden on the 7th of December in Much Park, Pagewood, which we're also opening. So it's really important that we come together as a community and say no to all forms of violence. It's not acceptable, and everybody should be able to live safely. Thank you.
Well said. Any other speakers? Oh, Councillor Jansen.
Just in relation to that, just congratulating Council again on their advocacy work in this issue, and just a reminder once again about the award that Council got. Council got an honourable mention in the national awards for their domestic violence action plan and their advocacy on this issue. So I also encourage everyone in the gallery to come to the walk on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. If not, I'll put it all in favour, so aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Next item is items of exceptions. Councillors. I'll start off. Councillor Curry. Exception. No. Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Muscat. Councillor Fardell. Councillor Jansen.
10.4 and 10.5.
Yep. Councillor Naji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just clarification. I'd like to pull 10.17, but is that going to be dealt with in a confidential session or in a public?
It'll be confidential.
Yeah, the whole lot. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Souness. Councillor Warner.
Yes, please. I've got 10.8, 10.12, and then 11.4 CWA 23.026,
What was that again, councillor,
and
that one?
Sorry, it's CWA 23.026 Gardner Park Place space renewal and access options. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Wada? No. Councillor Barlow? Councillor Hannah? Councillor Douglas?
I'd like to pull out 10.3, 10.9 and 10.10.
10.3?
Yep, thank you. 10.9
Yep.
and 10.10.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Cedric? I don't have anyone. If I can have someone move, the rest of the paper be adopted, moved by Councillor Fardell, seconded by Councillor Sooners. Any debate? If not, I'll put it all in favour, say aye, those against no, declare it carried. Councillors, we now, Councillor Nagy.
Yeah, councillor, sorry, Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, if I can put a procedural motion to deal with 12.4 first, the reason
That's all we do.
there's a lot of families out here that probably need to be at home with their families and so on, so the quicker we deal with 12.4.
Yeah, that was on my run sheet. Yeah, I was going to do that, yeah. So if I can have a suspension of standing orders so we could deal with 12.4 and ask the public forum speakers, moved by Councillor Nagy, seconded by Councillor Sooners. I'll put it all in favour, so aye, those against no. Members of the public, we have, we're on item now 12.4, which is the notice of motion in relation to the ceasefire. Those that are speaking tonight, you'll be allocated 5 minutes. Sorry, you've been allocated 3 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, you'll be advised you have 1 minute to go. We have the first speaker, Mr. Justin Corn, interested resident. Justin, if you're here, please come up. I believe you're speaking against the motion. Yep, okay. No problem.
Start.
Good evening, and thank you for affording me the time to address the motion submitted by Councillor Werner. Peace is something we all aspire to have, both in our own lives and for our nation. 78 years ago, the tragedies of the Holocaust came to light. The mass murder of 6 million Jewish men, women, and children for one reason only, because they were Jewish. I grew up with the saying, never again. I always thought never again meant the hatred was over, it wouldn't happen again. But even today, I was sworn at from my car simply for wearing this kippah here in the streets of Sydney. You bloody Jew, they said. I now understand what never again means. Never again means never again will we not be able to defend ourselves against anti-Semitism and terror. The state of Israel exists and will defend herself when known terrorists attack people for being Jewish, murder parents in front of their children, burn babies alive and rape women, kidnap them. On October the 7th,
Order, ladies and gentlemen, please, let the gentleman finish. No, madam, please, let the gentleman speak. No, sir, I don't want to adjourn the meeting. Please, let the gentleman speak.
So, sorry,
No, sir.
can I make a comment? Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir, excuse me.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
can I make a comment? Ladies and gentlemen in the chamber, show some respect. Everyone has a view. You've got 3 people speaking against the motion, and you've got 5 people or 6 people speaking for the motion. So I urge you to keep quiet while the 3 speakers have their say, irrespective of what they're saying, whether it's a lie or a fabrication. No, excuse me. And if you end up continuing the way you're continuing, we will empty the chamber.
True.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Before you speak, in this country, people have freedom of speech. please respect that freedom of speech. Whether you agree or not, please show the gentleman the courtesy on it. And they'll show you the same respect that other speakers. Continue, sir.
Thank you. On October the 7th, we saw these haters. We saw the gruesome images of the 1,200 innocent civilians murdered and the 238 people plus abducted, including 36 children. The most brutal massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. And we heard them continue today, threatening that another October the 7th will happen, from the river to the sea, until they wipe out all of Israel. I want you all to now stop and imagine your homes. Imagine your young children in their beds and their cots. Now imagine your homes being stormed by madmen. Now imagine the abuse and inhumane behavior being carried out in your homes. Now imagine your loved ones being dragged away from you. Now imagine these same beasts stating openly that they will do that again and again until you are all eradicated. Now imagine the Australian government telling you that they will not help you because these savages hide cowardly behind schools and hospitals while launching missiles targeting civilians. The death of Palestinian civilians is a tragedy, but the responsibility for that tragedy rests solely with Hamas, the terror organization who have used billions of dollars of your money to build these terror infrastructure. These Gazan civilians are dependent on Israel to eradicate their brutal oppressors, Hamas. The Israeli government does not target civilians like these terrorists do. In fact, they do everything in their power to avoid it. But to motion for a ceasefire without even recognizing that there are hostages being held illegally by Hamas is conceding to terror. It is very distressing how one-sided Councillor Werner's motion is. Perhaps we should motion that Jewish lives matter too. The Australian ambassador to the UN said our country abstained from a resolution calling for an immediate humanitarian truce between Israel and Hamas because it was incomplete, and it did not recognize the terror group's responsibility for the October the 7th attack against Israel as the same as Councillor Werner's motion to date. If you believe in never again, if you believe in eliminating Hamas for a peaceful future for the Palestinian people, then you will not support a motion for a one-sided ceasefire against the most ethical and moral defense force in the world. Rather, you should motion to pray for the safety of all civilians, for the safe return of the hostages, and for the eradication of a group of people who use terror to convince some of you that they are the victims. Now that would bring peace. And when you go home tonight,
So you need to finish up and your time's up.
okay, and when, last sentence. And when you go home tonight, please give your sleeping loved ones a big kiss on behalf of all of those who can't tonight. And whisper quietly to them, never again. Thank you. I'm Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sir, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. That's going to give you 5 minutes to think what you're actually doing now. I asked you before, please show the respect. No, madam, we haven't got, please, okay. Okay, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Please, that we run it in an orderly manner and show respect to whoever talks tonight. So I'm adjourning the meeting for 5 minutes. No, so you can't. You can't. Ya Curran. He's speaking to us tonight via Teams. He's speaking on the same item, 12.4, against the motion. Sir, are you online?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so my name is Yair Koren. In Israel, I'm a criminal lawyer and I serve as a major in the reserve forces in the IDF. I have fought against the terrorist organization of Hamas in Gaza in the past, and if I am called upon to do so, I will be proud and feel privileged to do so again. I read the offer on right now on the table, and I was in shock. I was amazed at the lack of the accuracy that you have over there. From the almost total disregard of the effect that Hamas inflated Israel without any provocation from Israel, without any conflict over territory, murder of hundreds of civilians, citizens, rape girls, burn children alive, kidnapped hundreds of old men, women, men, children, and babies to Gaza into the tunnels under the civilian buildings you financed, the Australian government has financed, and called for the destruction of Israel. During the brutal attack, thousands of rockets were fired into the entire territory of the state of Israel, toward hospitals, schools, kindergartens, with the aim of murdering as many civilians as possible. The plasters were painted by Hamas for within the hospital, for the kindergartens, from the UN institution, uses ambulances to transport its forces from place to place, uses the population to protect himself, and sees no reason why he needs to protect his population. More than that, Hamas shoots and kills his population in the other ends. Hundreds of rockets that Hamas fires into Israel fall in Gaza and kill massive population in Gaza Strip.
So
Every time,
finish up.
yeah, every time food and fuel and medicine enter to the Gaza Strip, Hamas steals them and delivers them
All right, thank you,
to
sir.
its
Your time is
people
up.
in its tunnels.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you, sir. Okay, the next speaker is in person, Mr. Robert Caldor, speaking against the motion. Sir, again, sir, before you speak. Sir, okay. No, sir, okay. Sir, there is defamatory laws in this country. No, sir. No, sir, all due respects, do you mind leaving the chamber? Okay, do you mind leaving the chamber? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, again, please show respect. Whether you agree or disagree, please show respect to the person speaking. Because in this wonderful country, there's a thing called free speech. Please. Sir?
Council Chair, firstly, I promise not to interrupt, no matter if I disagree. I request that of everybody else. We all want peace. There's no doubt about it. As a member of the Jewish community, I find this motion to be flawed on many fronts. As a core level, it is out of the jurisdiction of a Sydney council whose focus needs to be on roundabouts, bins and dog parks, not divisive, offensive, useless legislature. For peace to take place, you need two parties to agree that the other has a right to exist. Hamas in its charter calls for the eradication of Israel and Jews. Hamas, the current elected government of the Gazans, does not believe Israel should exist, while the Israeli government is democratically elected. And although I don't agree with all their policies, like all the councillors here, they can get voted out. And at some stage, no doubt they will. While Hamas promotes murder, rape and pillage. No one disputes that the situation in Gaza is horrific and Hamas is the ones that have caused this. Hamas took all their ample funding. They could have been a Singapore, but you know what they did? They built tunnels underground. They bought missiles and they've basically despised their own people. Since 1948, the Palestinians have been offered a two-state solution 5 times and rejected it every time. Now's the time for peace. For negotiations to take place, all the hostages need to be released. By not releasing them and continuing as it is, if you don't release the hostages and if we continue to reward Hamas for taking hostages, you're just making things worse. Israel's aim is clear. Get rid of Hamas and to keep their people in security. Israel does not want Gaza. They left Gaza in 2006. Also, Egypt doesn't want Gaza. Hamas is pure evil. I'll remind you of the 1,400 people that were raped, pillaged, babies killed, murdered. 1 Australian was killed. We have Holocaust survivors killed and taken hostage. You are opening up the wounds of transgenerational trauma to the Sydney Jewish community. I am the son of a Holocaust survivor. My father grew up in Bayside here. He was the GP. I'm not interrupting you. I appreciate you not interrupting me. I'm polite. That's how we work in Australia here. My father would treat any medical person with a medical issue, no matter who they were. And that is the spirit that you live in. And then then you hear people saying from the river to the sea and gas the Jews. You know what that says to someone who's a Holocaust survivor? We're going to get you next. We had Justin talk about being shouted at. I've also been shouted at. And guess what? I've been shouted at by Australians for looking like an Arab as well. So the core of things here, Greens councillor here, perhaps you should be speaking to the vast Greens movement. I'm about to finish. The vast Greens movement in Israel and start actually talking about positive, peaceful initiatives instead of doing these divisive, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic methods that are going to actually make things worse and not better. I pray for peace. I offer my condolences to all the people that have lost people on both sides of the conflict, and I pray one day that the Palestinians will be free of Hamas.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. No, but it's, okay. All right, thank you. Next speaker we have in support of the motion, Mrs. Farkin B. Hayden. Madam, you've been allocated 3 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, we'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Faika Bihardin. I live in Ramsgate on Bijigal country. I'm here to support Councillor Werner's motion for a ceasefire and peace negotiations. I am not Palestinian. I am not Jewish. I was born and raised in apartheid South Africa. I have lived experience in apartheid, but not even the horrors of the apartheid government during the time I was growing up, nor the struggles for freedom from daily oppression, nor the numerous restrictions of where we lived, who we married, how much we earned, etc., standard of education. None of those acts of oppression and subjugation reached the despairing, catastrophic, and inhumane depths that the war on Gaza has. We're witnessing a deeper level of horror right now. We're witnessing the wholesale slaughter, the massacre of thousands of people, including over 5,000 children in a matter of weeks. For those of us who have children in our lives, think about it. More than 14,000 people killed that we know of including more than 5,000 children that we know of, trapped in a war zone, killed as collateral damage in 6 weeks. But even these numbers aren't accurate because so many people have been bombed, their bodies buried in rubble. There are too few people able to count the number of deaths now. The health system has been completely destroyed by Israel. There is no capacity to count the bodies anymore. If this is not genocide, what is? If this is not ethnic cleansing, what is? The images will traumatize many of us for years to come. If we do not call for a permanent ceasefire now, if we do not support this motion, we are in effect saying the protection of human life does not matter. 2.2 million Palestinian lives do not matter. Just today, the ABC reported that the Israeli government is considering this 5-day temporary truce to allow a trickle of aid to come in. Right? Netanyahu has already confirmed he will continue this war after the truce. We will treat you, we will feed you, and we will kill you later. But a permanent ceasefire is not all that Councillor Werner has called for. It's peace negotiations as well. You can't have peace without justice. And the people of Palestine deserve peace and justice after more than 75 years of dispossession, inequality, oppression, subjugation, apartheid. No need to be brave and not to be, how about we be brave? Let's take sides. Let's take the side of humans and humanity, theirs and ours. I urge the council to pass this motion and show courage and humanity. It's the least we can do right now. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a final warning. I've asked you, please listen to the speakers and the councillors. Whether you agree or disagree, in this chamber, you need to respect the person that's talking. Please. Now, I don't want to ask someone to be removed from the chamber, but please, that's the procedures. Wherever you go to any council chamber, you've got to respect the person speaking. There's no point in putting up banners. I can't see it this far. I have problems with my eyes, so I'm a diabetic. So please, I welcome you to come, that you've come here to listen to the debate, but show respect. Please. The next speaker we have is via Teams, Ms. Balut Islam. Yep, hello?
Batul Ismail?
Yep, go ahead.
Good evening. The United Nations has stated, and I quote, if there
Do
is
you
a
mind just speak
hell
up a
on
little bit
earth...
more, a bit closer to the...
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
The United Nations has stated, and I quote, if there is a hell on earth, it is in northern Gaza. Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The United Nations has stated, and I quote, if there is a hell on earth... More, a bit closer to the...
Okay. The figures have shown that there are 13,000 casualties so far during this conflict since October the 7th. And that doesn't even include those still stuck under the rubble and those who are still missing. 5,500 and more of whom are children. It is estimated that 125 children are killed every single day. That is one child that loses their life every 10 minutes. The situation in Gaza is growing in catastrophic and unprecedented ways by each passing hour, with the last bombardments on schools, refugees, and hospitals, as Shifa, an Indonesian hospital. Gaza is one of the most densely populated places on earth, with an estimated 2.3 million civilians, in which 1.3 million have been forcibly displaced. The question is, where will they go? A total blockade of food, water, electricity, fuel, and all other essentials has been put into place since the beginning of this conflict. Go out. except for a few trucks carrying essential supplies, which isn't nearly as much as required. In the meantime, the relentless and indiscriminate shelling on infrastructure and residential building have left more than half the population without homes and proper shelter. No one is spared. No one and nowhere is safe. This is inhumane. This is considered by multiple international humanitarian organizations such as Amnesty International as collective punishment and ethnic cleansing under international humanitarian law. That's why I would like to urge the call for an immediate ceasefire and the facilitation of delivery of life-saving assistance into Gaza, and that includes food, water, fuel, electricity, and medical supplies. In addition to a safe passage to humanitarian and medical staff. This has to stop. This has to stop now. How many more lives have to be lost? How many more dreams have to be destroyed? There are children who want to become doctors. There are children who want to become engineers. There are children who want to become teachers, but that's all gone. How many more families have to be torn apart while the world is watching? This is our collective and human and moral responsibility. Marwan Jilani, Director General of the Palestine Red Crescent Society, which is responsible for receiving and distributing humanitarian aid through the Rafah crossing, said that not a single drop of fuel has entered. And without fuel or aid, particularly in North Gaza, many people will starve or die of thirst and disease. People are drinking contaminated water, are not able to communicate with their loved ones as a result of Israel cutting off the communication
Right,
lines.
thank you, madam.
They are trapped. Thank you. Immediate ceasefire. Thank
Okay,
you.
The next speaker we have is in person, Ms. Halal Abdullah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members and members of the gallery. My name is Hala Abdunur. It's not halal, but it would be halal to pass this motion. And I want to commend the Council for bringing this motion forward. And I want to commend the Council too for the Stop Domestic Violence march on Saturday. There is actually a link, which is why I mention it. I actually work in family violence. I work with perpetrators of family violence. And I want to note that the state of New South Wales criminalised coercive control recently in recognition that when a perpetrator can't stop themselves from committing violence and terrorising their families, we must forcefully stop them ourselves and remove them from that home. Likewise, the state of Israel has proven since 1948 that it can't stop forcefully using violence to instate itself in the Middle East on what is illegally occupied territory of the Palestinian people. And therefore, it is up to us and the international community to stop Israel and anybody else from continuing this violence. I can't see how we can have a conversation about peace whilst there's a genocide taking place. So without a ceasefire, there's absolutely no opportunity for that conversation to even happen. I don't want anyone in the Bayside Council or anywhere in Australia or anywhere in the world to experience abuse because of their religion or how they look or what they're wearing or what they're doing. But that will continue to happen if we don't call a ceasefire and as human beings evolve beyond where we are at and where we have been at for centuries, which is fighting. We surely can step up and do better. You started the meeting, Mayor, with an acknowledgement of country. Is that where we want the future of Palestine to be? 3% of the population remaining, and we acknowledge the ancestors who shed blood so that other people can live on their lands. We know that's what happened in Australia. We have the opportunity. We always say, well, we weren't here 250 years ago. It wasn't us. Well, it is us now. And it is up to every single one of us to actually say no to genocide, no more violence, no more illegal occupation. We can coexist as a people, and we must forcefully stop those who can't seem to choose to stop using violence themselves. We as the international community can, and it would be a massive step for Council to, one, send out a message to the community that you are for peace, that you are invested in all of us feeling safe on the streets, and two, send out a message to the Australian government and the Foreign Affairs Minister to say this is not good enough. And we expect Australia to be a diverse place that promotes safety, promotes justice, promotes peace. We do not want to repeat a genocide, which is the absolute foundation of modern white Australia. It is time to say no to all of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Erin Hodge, a union member of the Organising for Justice in Palestine United Services Union.
So I would start by saying that never again means never again for anyone. It does not mean the wholesale slaughter of 14,000 Palestinians. I will not keep my tone down. You will listen to me. Yes, sir. Democracy means listening to your constituents. Well, I'm terribly sorry. I'm so sorry for being upset about an ongoing genocide. Why would I be upset about that? So do not police my tone. Your job is to listen to your constituents, not berate them. And I will continue. You can have your smug little giggle.
Sir, you don't run the meeting. Sir, Ali, you don't run the meeting. I've said this 1,000 times. I'll say it again. Please do not interject when someone's speaking. Whether you agree or disagree, please. That's the rules of this chamber. Okay. Please. Continue, madam.
Yes, as I said, never again means never again for anyone. It means stopping genocides as they're occurring in front of our eyes. And again, I will say democracy means listening to your constituents, not berating them, wishing they'd go away and hide because what they're saying to you is inconvenient and giving smug little nasty looks. But anyway, let's continue. I'll get on to what I was actually here to say. My name is Erin. I am a local government worker.
Excuse me, madam. You're not allowed to record. I'll repeat again. You're not allowed to record or video record anything on it. No, madam, if you don't accept it, who was that like? If you don't accept it as a simple process, the door is there. They are the rules. You're not allowed to record this meeting. You can watch it on the Facebook, whatever, live stream. They are the rules. Continue.
My name is Erin. I am a local government worker and a member of the United Services Union. I am one of around 70 activists for Palestine in the union, and this number is ever growing as we continue to organise. This is the case for basically every union in the country. Every day, workers continue to organise for Palestine and against the genocide on Gaza. Minns and Albanese do not speak for the labour movement, and as union members, we will not let them support genocide in our name. I would like to start by condemning the disgraceful actions by New South Wales Police last night, brutalising peaceful protesters at Port Botany who were protesting against
Madam, you are speaking to the notice of motion and only that. Please. That's what you're here for, to talk about the notice of motion.
In the past 6 weeks, if we can't talk about cops dragging people and charging.
Hang on. This is not the forum to raise those issues. The forum is tonight the notice of motion that we have on the agenda. That's all you're allowed to talk about.
In the past 6 weeks, we have witnessed unimaginable horrors coming out of Gaza. Israel has been on a genocidal carpet bombing campaign in which it has blatantly targeted hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and even refugee camps with airstrikes. As if this isn't horrific enough, Israel has also cut off food, water, and electricity to Gaza. in order to starve and dehydrate Palestinians to death. Over 14,000 men, women, and children have been slaughtered by this barbaric genocidal regime. And with the apocalyptic conditions in Gaza, it is becoming increasingly difficult to know the actual number of deaths. And Palestinians martyred are not just numbers either. Every life stolen is a universe of human love, connection, and potential. Because of this, we grieve for those martyred, but we continue to fight like hell for the living. We are witnessing a global mass movement in support of Palestine on a scale which we have never seen before. This includes masses of anti-Zionist Jewish protesters who have defiantly told the Israeli state, "Not in my name." Every weekend, tens of thousands of people in every major city have marched against this genocide and in support of Palestine. I will be finishing after all the BS you've put me through. Every day, with the massive gap that exists between ordinary people and the political class in this country widens. A YouGov poll undertaken between November 2 and 6 revealed that 53% of all respondents supported the government to call for an immediate ceasefire and just 26% opposed it. Despite this, Anthony Albanese and Penny Wong cannot even bring themselves to utter the words. It is shameful, and they are ultimately complicit in this genocide. Anyone with a shred of empathy would listen to the public and call for a ceasefire to stop the genocide on Gaza. I would also like to remind you that a ceasefire is the bare minimum to protect human rights. Regardless of the outcome of this vote, please understand that this movement for Palestine is not going anywhere. Ordinary people will continue to fight this barbarity, and workers will continue to get organised within their unions. If not today, the political class will be forced to reckon with this movement tomorrow. As a United Services Union member, I call upon every councillor to say no to genocide as the bare minimum. Bayside Council will have blood on their hands if this motion does not pass.
The next speaker is Miss Nawani Adhim.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you here today urging you all to support the motion put forward for a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire. The word ceasefire should not be taboo. I just don't know why it is. It's so controversial. Why can't world leaders utter the word ceasefire? Why is it so hard? Finally calling for a ceasefire on what is 6 weeks after the carpet bombing campaign started, and tens of thousands of Palestinians have been murdered, slaughtered, and injured, displaced, removed from their homes. And now we're calling for a ceasefire as if that deserves acclamation. It is the least we can call for. It is the least we could do. Actually, what this begs is the question, why have you been so silent for so long? Why? Babies, premature babies, babies in incubators, young children, the elderly, the vulnerable, the sick. They all could have, so many thousands of them could have been saved had we called for a ceasefire yesterday, the day before that, last week, 2 weeks ago. If you call for a ceasefire today, you will save thousands of lives. Israel is committing grave war crimes, crimes against humanity. While some watch on with popcorn in hand, others with a conscience, others with a shred of humanity cannot. We bear witness. We bear witness to the atrocities, and we will never forget. Gazans are being bombed mercilessly, relentlessly, indiscriminately. The people of Gaza are not legitimate targets. They are not collateral damage. They are not Hamas. They are people. And they are the ones who are paying the ultimate price with their lives. It is estimated that there are only 60 Hamas who have been killed out of more than 14,000. What is that as a success rate, Israel? 0.4%? 0.4%. Australia was so quick to stand with Israel with this self-defense theory, but is this the self-defense that we've envisaged? There is no legitimate or reasonable military solution to what happened on October 7, only a political and diplomatic one. We want peace. Peace comes with justice. The least we can do is call for a ceasefire and save lives. It is our moral duty as human beings to save lives. Think of the babies, think of the children, think of the elderly, think of the wounded. How many people have been displaced, disfigured, cannot go on with their lives, cannot rebuild? Gaza is a wasteland. End this brutal occupation and genocide today.
And the final speaker is Mr. Peter Strong.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Yeah, my name's Peter Strong. I live in Bidjigal land in Arncliffe. I felt compelled to talk today in support of Councillor Werner's ceasefire motion. It's obvious everyone here is concerned about the situation in Palestine and Israel, and my heart goes out to anyone who is affected by this. I have Jewish and Muslim friends who agree that pushing for a ceasefire right now is the correct thing to do. The brief lull with a hostage swap is not enough. We need a lasting ceasefire. It is so important that many voices as possible urge for a ceasefire for all around the world and peace negotiations begin in the Middle East. The terror of war must be stopped so that negotiations can attempt to forge a way forward and a timetable of hostage release and future land agreements be fast-tracked. We need lasting and just peace for both Israelis and Palestinians. Peace cannot be achieved without justice. What Hamas did on October 7th is absolutely not acceptable, as is not acceptable the IDF's bombing of civilians in Gaza. A missile strike on a residential tower block, a refugee camp that contains Hamas suspect but kills 99% civilians is not acceptable military strategy. It is terrorism. Israel's oppressive policy towards Palestine over the years has not been conducive to progress and peace, as has extreme Islamic rhetoric towards the existence of Israel. Before colonial intervention, the region had a long history of coexistence. The more recent history of conflict has been catalysed by colonial expansion, extreme religious intolerance. We now need dialogue more than ever to bring down tensions in the region. The type of military operation by Israel against Gaza is only going to make security of Israel harder to solidify in the future, as every child killed has family who may be attracted to extreme revenge in the future. The cycle of violence has to be stopped and solutions that will benefit all parties and faiths explored. If we don't cause for a ceasefire, we're condoning murder and genocide. I urge councillors to second Greta Werner's policy. We are stronger together than apart. No one is benefiting this conflict apart from the arms trade who cash in on war, conflict and failed diplomacy. There is a massive movement of opposition to this type of military operation. It seems okay to take out over 90% civilian casualties to target Hamas. It will be detrimental to Council to be seen as condoning this genocide of innocent people. Where I live in Bayside, there's a sea of Palestinian flags and support noticeably in the community. Are these community members to believe Council is okay with the murderous IDF bombing campaigns in Gaza? This so-called defence, it is not defence, it's murdering. It's murdering civilians. So ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all to those speakers. Before I ask Councillor Werner to move and notice the motion, I'd like to say a few words. At Bayside, we believe in a community where everyone is equal, irrespective of their gender, faith, sexual orientation, age, ability, race, nationality or ethnicity. Our commitment to our community is embedded in respect and compassion, and diversity is our greatest strength. In the media, we've been seeing tragic scenes of destruction and loss of human life. We mourn each and every innocent life that has been lost. We express our deepest and sincere sympathy to all who are hurting. The situation in the Middle East is very complex. We have many people in our Bayside area with connections with the Middle East. We have seen people expressing their disgust on what's happening in the Middle East, and that people are on both sides protesting in the streets. That's one of the best things about this country, is that we all have freedom of speech, and we can express that freedom of speech in a peaceful manner. We've seen recently domestic tensions across Sydney recently, and I know how these tensions can escalate. It's critical and it's important that we are sensitive and respectful, and we do not want to inflame the situation. As I said before, we are proud of our multicultural Bayside community and value our diversity. 48% of our community is born overseas. Councillors and ladies and gentlemen that are here, 48% are born overseas. They come from different backgrounds, and that's one thing that's great about this council, this in Bayside area. Council works with everybody, everyone on any council-related issue. It is now time when we know the tensions and emotions can run high, and some of our residents need additional support. Our customer service area is available for anyone that has any issues or concerns in this matter. We at Bayside express our deepest condolences to all those that are affected. And as a parent, I'm horrified too when I see babies that have been killed. I'm horrified. I'm a parent. And I just wanted to make those comments. Now, I'd just like to ask Councillor Werner. She's the one that's moved the, put the notice of motion up. So, Councillor Werner, you have the floor.
Moving the motion?
Hmm?
Yep. I'll move the motion.
Moved by Councillor Werner. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nagy? Okay, Councillor Werner.
Thank you. So first, I would like to acknowledge the pain. We're all in pain seeing these terrible images coming out of the Middle East. And I would like to especially acknowledge those with family in the Middle East. And this is why this is a local council issue, because we have people with families in the Middle East. But it's also a much bigger issue, and this council has many times called on the state or federal government to, to do things that are in the interest of our residents. So that is why we're calling for a ceasefire. It's the role of elected representatives to represent our community, many of whom have family, as I said before, on both sides of the current conflict in the Middle East. And all of us need to do whatever we can to support and maintain peace across our communities at home and those overseas. This is why this motion requests that the Australian government, A, calls for a ceasefire and peace negotiations in the Middle East, and B, works with the international community to end the humanitarian disaster unfolding in Gaza and to restore access to food, electricity, water, fuel and medicine for around 2.2 million Palestinian civilians living in Gaza, including nearly 1 million children. It's been 46 days since the terrorist attack by Hamas, and we mourn more than 1,200 innocent Israelis who lost their lives. And there's no excuse and no justification for deliberately targeting civilian communities in Israel, and the brutality with which innocent people were slaughtered and abducted has moved so many of us to voice our compassion and solidarity with all members of the Australian Jewish community and those impacted. And we all want to see the unconditional release of all those unjustly held against their will, the more than 240 Israeli hostages held in Gaza, and all political prisoners held in Israel. My commitment to compassion, honesty, peace and justice also drives me to call out the war crimes and crimes against humanity being committed by the state of Israel in Gaza right now. Today in Gaza, we're seeing relentless destruction, catastrophe and death. One atrocity does not justify another. Over 13,000, maybe 15 Palestinian civilians have died, and over 5,600 of them children. Medical services are being targeted, refugee camps and civilian infrastructure. Journalists and United Nations workers are being killed. The continuing siege means little food, water and healthcare aid is making into Gaza. It is a desperate situation. The UN are calling for a ceasefire, and the Australian government must call for an immediate ceasefire and peace negotiations. The government abstained from a United Nations resolution calling for a ceasefire and on 7th of November voted down a motion for a ceasefire in the Senate. The Australian government so far has not acted in the interests of peace. But the time is now. The collective punishment of all those in Gaza must end. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Do I have any other speakers, Councillor Naji?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I stand before you, Mr. Mayor. People that have known me since 2004 and most recently this new council know that I only stick to facts, being factual. And I got to confess, Mr. Mayor, in the last 45 days, I have been traumatized by watching on social media the death of children and babies. And I speak from the heart. I don't politicize. Since 2004, I don't politicize any item on any agenda. I just speak how it is.
True.
I have been traumatized, Mr. Mayor, that my partner wakes up at 3 in the morning and takes the social media away from me. I can understand when people are hurting and yelling and screaming, although this is wrong. You should have the platform where you can debate and put your views across. And I am going to concentrate on children and babies, Mr. Mayor, regardless of which country, which side of the fence. But Mr. Mayor, before I enter the debate, if anyone in this chamber can justify the killing of children for any reason, then they can justify anything. And in that moment, we have lost our humanity. The Palestinian people have a right to their homeland, free from conflict and occupation. They have endured, and these are factual, Mr. Mayor, they have endured generations of dispossession, oppression, apartheid, and human rights violations that are totally inhumane. As of last night, Mr. Mayor, watching on social media, hell rained down on Gaza. Gaza is a graveyard of slaughtered innocent children. A child is killed or murdered, whatever you want to put it in what context, every 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor, despite the rules of the Geneva Convention. This is happening while Israel claims to be acting in self-defense. The carpet bombing of civilians and the collective massacring of children in their thousands is not self-defense. This continuing war is not justifiable response to the horrific attack by Hamas on October the 7th. The people demonstrating around the world can see Israel's action for what they truly are: barbaric, cowardly, and hateful war crimes. The world now calls for an immediate ceasefire, and some of the most powerful voices have come from the Jewish community themselves. They, like the rest of the world, are calling for peace, justice, and a secure life for both Israelis and Palestinians. Their call emanates from the unimaginable horror and collective trauma inflicted on their people, and in the name of humanity, we do not want history to repeat itself, and I've heard it about the Holocaust. We don't want history to repeat itself, and the world remembers together with the members of the Jewish community who say in one voice, never again, and I've heard that again, never again, but in this context, that we stand with them, and that is the Palestinian people. This is the genuine, decent Jewish community say that never again we stand with them, the Palestinian people. Israel must immediately cease this butchery and carnage in Gaza. Hamas must immediately release all hostages. A ceasefire must be implemented and a peace process commence with international dialogue that will deliver freedom and peace for both the Palestinian and the Israelis. This is the only way that the children of Gaza and Tel Aviv can have a future they deserve. Some facts, Mr. Mayor, about this war. Up to date, there's been more than 14,000 civilians killed. There's still thousands unaccounted for under rubble. Over 5,000 children and babies, Mr. Mayor, have been killed. Over 4,000 women and elderly people have been killed, Mr. Mayor. You hear, and we've heard it from our government and all around the world, at the beginning of the conflict, Israel has the right to defend itself. Sure, every country has the right to defend itself. Even the Palestinian people have the right to defend themselves. But since I've been watching for the last 45 days with these statistics, Mr. Mayor, then I start to ask myself, Israel the right to defend itself, but from what? From what? Women, children, babies who can't walk, unarmed men who wear the flip-flops, students at schools, injured people in hospital, worshippers in church or mosque, refugees at a refugee camp, families that are starving, dehydrated and homeless with no medical assistance. So tonight, Mr. Mayor, I have a reputation of going on and on for a long, but I just want to conclude. So tonight, Mr. Mayor, from Bayside Council, we loudly say that to our federal government that we ask them to ask for a permanent ceasefire now.
Councillor, Michael, don't. Sir, excuse me, sir, I've said it to all of you. Please, Councillor Wyder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I also stand to support the motion by Councillor Werner and Councillor Nagy. I had many emails in support of the motion, and some were concerned that the motion is one-sided. We're not here to take sides tonight. We're here tonight voting on the motion that calls for a ceasefire and protection of human life. The motion is about supporting peace in the region. Asking the government to call for a ceasefire somehow has become or seen as dividing the community. Many of the Bayside residents have made it loud and clear that their local representatives make representation on their behalf to our Prime Minister and Foreign Minister to call for a ceasefire. I have no doubt in my mind that we all want peace and a solution to the conflict in the Middle East. I deplore the attack on the innocent civilians that took place on the 7th of October and horrified by the loss of life in Gaza that followed. Now, the disproportional response has led to a mass casualties of innocent civilians, women and children, including premature babies. To date, over 14,000 civilians have been killed, 9,000 of which are women and children. The violence perpetrated against innocent civilians of the conflict should be condemned, thus a call for ceasefire. The killing of innocent civilians has breached international law. Not allowing food, electricity, water, fuel, and medicine into Gaza is in breach of international law. It would be inhumane to sit back and watch the loss of innocent life in Gaza. I would urge our government on all sides of politics not to make this conflict political by calculating the votes they are likely to get at the next election. Rather, use their position to make a difference towards peace. We live in a democracy that gives you the right to voice your opinion. But in voicing your opinion, you must do it within the laws of the land. I'm proud of our multicultural community in Bayside and Australia, where everyone is treated equally. This needs to be protected. I hope that a ceasefire is achieved by both sides and hostages on both sides are released. I'll also ask the public in Gary to respect the decision of this council on this motion. And as the Secretary General of the United Nations said, and I quote, "This is a moment of truth. History will judge us all." Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Warner. Any other speakers? Councillor Sedgwick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I know how political this is. I didn't want to really talk about it, but I think for the sake of transparency, I will. On the 19th of October, many members of the community, we had an interfaith prayer vigil at Rockdale United Church, where many people of many faiths, backgrounds gathered to pray for what's happening in Gaza and the Middle East. There is no doubt that every single person in here wants peace, whether it be in Palestine or Israel or even Ukraine and Russia. I believe this issue is not necessarily just about a ceasefire. This is not just about Muslim versus Jewish. This is not about Israel versus Palestine. As some of the speakers have already mentioned, this is about humanity. And this is about war, where no one wins. No one wins in war. We will feel the outcomes of this for generations to come. Whether it be now or later, we will feel it. I urge, whatever happens with this motion, if you're truly serious about this issue, get behind a lot of the aid organisations to support people in Palestine through food, medical supplies, financial support, water. We all need to help. We did it with Ukraine. We should do it with Palestine, regardless of where you sit. Regardless of if you're Muslim or Jewish, it doesn't matter. However, this motion is, and this is where I think the issue is here right now. Our council right now is torn because we represent and we advocate for our community. And we could see our community, there's some that are sitting this way and some are sitting this way. However, we as councillors, and myself in particular, look at this as a federal issue. I don't have any expertise in federal politics whatsoever. I don't know anything about foreign policy, dealing with Penny Wong or Albanese. So I can't say right now that Bayside Council, even if we were to write to Albanese, even if the Australian government, Bayside Council, 160,000 people, write to Albanese, write to the government saying, you know what, we want you to stop the war. There is no way that I think Hamas, Palestine, or Israel would even look at what we write. Mr. Mayor, with all respect, we're all for this. We're all for this. But we need to be practical and understand, even yes, if Bayside move this, if Ennet West move it, if Cumberland move it, if Stratfield move it, from a local to state to federal, which is what we're trying to advocate for, we all want peace. However, will they listen? Will Albanese do anything? Will Hamas or Israel even take notice of what Albanese is saying? Anyway, so I think, Mr. Mayor, I've got something to maybe potentially unify what I'm hearing tonight. We've received so many emails. I come from a place of the Middle East myself, Egypt, and my background is Egyptian. Being on the border, our president, Sisi, or the Egyptian president, sorry, has said that he won't take any Palestinians because he does not want to see no Palestinians in Palestine. If Palestinians leave Palestine, there'll be no more Palestine. And so this complication, whether it's about humanitarian, whether about aid, I'm torn in this because as a heritage of Middle Eastern Arab, we're always about peace in this Middle Eastern region. So I think to put the olive branch to both communities and to Councillor Werner's motion, I propose, in my humble opinion, that potentially we add a slight amendment to this so that it's truly about peace and it's truly about ceasefire. And I'm recommending, again through you, and I'll sit down if people think it's irrelevant. I support this though, and I support this motion and I support the idea. However, to bring it in a local government issue scares me because we do this again and again. We spoke about the same-sex agenda, the Aboriginal debate, and people said to us, you know what, this is a federal issue. I know. So,
Please address the chair.
yeah, sorry, Mr.
On the
Mayor.
meeting.
So
Madam- Continue.
what I would like to see potentially, either in B, where it says working with international community to end humanitarian disaster unfolding in Gaza / Israel. I'm not scared to say anything. Yeah. What I'm asking for though is so that the end result is if there's injustice in the Middle East, if there is injustice, we are about feeding people food, electricity, water, fuel, medical supplies, asking for peace. It's an opinion. It's an opinion. It's an opinion. I'm here putting an opinion. I'm here for Palestine and Gaza. I'm here
Sorry,
for that.
Councillor. No, you can't ask someone to sit down. Madam, please, you've been good so far. Please let the councillor finish. You're not allowed to interject in the gallery. So far we're going good.
I'll wrap it up. I know we're looking at this in a one-sided lens. If you really want true peace here, then we're asking the Australian government to get involved. You're asking Albanese to get involved. Asking for peace on both sides. Asking for peace everywhere. Now, we know the issues are all in Gaza. So this token is about unity. This token is about sending a clear message that we want peace for everybody. Now, if the inhumane justice is happening in Gaza, which it is, like Councillor Naji already alluded to, then 100%. No one wants to see babies die. Those hospitals being bombed. This simple word, all it does is making us say, you know what? We're here for everybody. When Russia went into Ukraine, we all stood up for Ukraine. Thank you.
Councillor Naji. Ladies and gentlemen, again, please, we're going for a good trot. Councillor Naji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what my colleague, she's the mover of this notice of motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, I
Councillor
can't hear
Werner.
my friend, Councillor Naji, so please.
Councillor Werner is the one that moved this motion. I did second it. As a seconder, we should take out Israel again. I'll explain why. Because, Mr. Mayor, what's happening, the most affected without electricity and power, as Councillor Cedric has spoken, is only in the Gaza Strip. The humanitarian crisis is at the Gaza Strip. Now, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Werner was going to address this issue, but in my speech, I did call for the release of the hostages. And in my speech, we will get to that in a sec. We will show that the intent of this notice of motion, and I'll leave Councillor Werner who moved it, the intention there for peace for everybody. not just for one side and for all. As for my colleague, and I'm not trying to convince him to change his way of voting, but with due respect to the federal government, Mr. Mayor, here in Bayside, we have a significant population of Palestinian and non-Palestinian who are eager to know how their local representative feel about the current situation in Gaza. I represent in my ward a majority of constituents who are Australian Palestinian, Australian Lebanese, Anglo-Saxons, the wider community, Australian Greek, Australian Macedonians, and I've been asked by most of them, if not all of them, to raise their concern in this chamber, and I will not fail them. And this is our duty as a leader, leading. They vote for us. Let us be judged at the next council election. Believe me, it's all on record, Mr. Mayor. You can review it and live stream. I have not been just one-sided. I was just stating the facts of what's happening now and calling for a ceasefire to have a peaceful solution for everybody. And I did say that Hamas must release all their hostages. But again, I asked Israel must stop all the bombings immediately. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Councillor Wyndham?
Yeah, look, I think to make it more balanced, we could put a, after A, B, we can put a C and say that we urge for all hostages to be released on both sides, exactly on both sides. Yeah, Palestinian hostages and Israeli hostages.
All hostages. All right. Any other speakers? Oh, Councillor Cedric?
Can I just thank the mover and the seconder? I think regardless whether we put Israel in there or not, it's still about asking for peace. So I'm for that concept. My total, just to justify to the chair, the aim was to, I'm for this. The aim was to find a common ground so that we don't politicize this issue. Thank you. I'm for it though.
Okay. Any other speakers? Any other speakers? Madam, please. We're not politicians, we're just councillors. Yeah, before Councillor Wyndham has the right to reply, I just want to, from the chair, just reinstate what I said earlier, and that is, whilst I've been a member of the Australian Labor Party, I've always supported the people of Palestine, and with my colleague, Councillor Wada, we've always supported the view that there should be a solution in the Middle East, and particularly to support the people of Palestine. As I said before, it hurts me as a parent to see the destruction and the brutality, and those that have committed these crimes must face the international laws. I too agree that the hostages, all hostages, must be released. They must. But I am going to be political, councillors. I was really disappointed that the former Prime Minister went and visited one country and didn't go to Palestine. That is very, and I'm political, I am a member, I'm a proud member of the Australian Labor Party. I would have thought that the former Prime Minister should have gone to Palestine and seen it firsthand. They only went to Israel on it. I actually thought it was disgusting that a former Prime Minister would only visit Israel. Now, in relation to what I can tell you, councillors, before this notice the motion was even considered by the Greens, I'd already spoken to the Prime Minister's office. I did speak to the Prime Minister and expressed my concern for the urgency of a ceasefire and for the hostages to all be released. That's already happened. I've already raised it with officials, with the Prime Minister. But I don't go around looking for accolades, because I, as a parent, As a parent, I am horrified to see what's happened over there. I'm horrified. And can I assure you that the Prime Minister's office know what our position is in terms of Bayside, in terms of the urgent need for a ceasefire to take place, and also for all the hostages to be released on both sides. With that, Councillor Warner, you have the right of reply.
Thank you. Just in terms of whether this is a local government issue, state or federal government issue, in cases like this, it really doesn't matter. We all need to take the opportunity to call for peace. And we have the power tonight to call on our Australian government to urge for a ceasefire and peace negotiations in the Middle East. We have the opportunity tonight to do that. And so I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, that ends the debate. I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against? Okay, it's been a request for a division. Okay, it's been called for a division. No, but Councillor Sedgwick has asked for a division. Yeah, okay. It's been seconded, yep. All right, all in favour of the motion, please raise your right hand. Okay, we've got Councillor Naji, Councillor Sooners, Councillor Werner, Councillor Wada, Councillor Sedgwick and myself. Those against? I assume that they're abstaining. What they're saying. The notice of motion is defeated. Okay. Thank you, councillors. Sorry, thank you, members of the public. Sir Ali, please. Okay. All right, we're going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. Councillors, we're back on the council. We've got here Mr. Quinton Wong, Auditor Leader, Financial Audit Office of New South Wales. He's here via Teams. Quinton, welcome and good to see you.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my presentation, so just give me a moment to bring that up onto the Teams screen share. And if you could just let me know once you can see that on your screens.
Yep, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, Mayor and councillors, and thank you for the invitation to present our report on the conduct of the audit for Bayside Council. My name is Quentin, and I'm the Audit Manager for the Bayside Council Audit. Ordinarily, Larissa Chan, the Audit Director who signs the audit opinion, would be presenting this, but she's on leave, so Council has invited me to present on her behalf. Before getting into the report on the conduct of the audit that's included in item 10.1 on page 84 of the agenda attachment, I'd like to make some general observations and update you on the work of the Auditor General. So the Audit Office, led by the Auditor General, has a fundamental role in helping Parliament hold government accountable for the use of public resources. To achieve this, we examine whether government systems and processes are effective in supporting integrity, accountability and transparency. And the Auditor General's annual work program for 2023 through to 26 was released in August this year. This program is available on our website, and it explains how the topics are selected and what is planned in 2023 to 24 across the New South Wales government sector, local government sector, and New South Wales public universities. And the two key areas of focus and themes that we really want to emphasize in this program are integrity and cybersecurity. These will be assessed as part of our financial audits, such as the audit of the financial statements that we conduct, as well as deep dive performance audits that address the effectiveness of government programs. These are the planned performance audits for the upcoming year and also in the years ahead. You can sign up for updates on these on our website. I will briefly mention the ones that are coming up in 2023 to 24. So the first one that impacts local government is cybersecurity in local government, which is actually in progress, and the fieldwork is in progress right now as well. And 3 councils were actually selected for this deep dive audit, being Parramatta Council, Singleton Council and Warrumbungle Council. And our audit will report on how these councils identify and manage cyber risks, which is an increasing risk to all levels of government, whether state or local. While Bayside Council wasn't selected for this performance audit, the findings and themes and recommendations that will be made in this report will be helpful for your council to assess and benchmark against. And we expect that the audit will be completed early next year. The second audit that is planned, performance audit that is planned, is on road asset management, and this is still in its scoping stage. This audit will actually focus on regional roads and build on findings from our past audits into roads funding and roads maintenance in 2014 and 2018. And the third audit that is relevant to local government and is in its planning stage currently is the Coastal Management Reforms Performance Audit. This audit will assess how effectively the Department of Planning Environment has overseen and implemented coastal management framework, and at the local government level, how effectively coastal councils have planned and delivered coastal management programs. The rest of the audits are planned for 24 to 26, and obviously they wouldn't be in progress or in scoping yet, but they give you an idea of the Auditor General's focus over the next few years. Every year, we also table a report to Parliament on the financial audits of the local government sector. In this report, we communicate our findings from our financial audits, including the audit results, any observations on council's business processes, and our recommendations for improvement across the sector. We also report on the areas of focus, which would be cybersecurity, IT general controls, which is related, and asset management and valuations. This year, approximately 50 councils have actually sought extensions to their financials, submitting their financials to Office of Local Government, and that impacts our ability to finalise this particular report to Parliament more timely. Of course, Bayside Council has prepared the financials and submitted them on time, so that isn't a concern for your council. In our report, we also made several recommendations last year to councils and to the Office of Local Government, and we'll follow up and acquit the findings from that in this year's report to Parliament. I'll now move on to the report on the conduct of the audit, which is included on page 84 of the agenda attachment. In this report, or the ROCA, as it's called, we report that we've completed our audit of the general purpose financial statements and the permissible income schedule. And I'm pleased to report that we issued a clean audit opinion on Council's financials for the year ended 30 June 2023. And that means that the financial statements contain no material misstatements and are presented fairly. So that's great news for Council. The Office of Local Government also sets out what other matters need to be covered by our report, including any significant observations from our audit, a summary of key financial statement areas, and our comments on the 6 performance ratios in Note G5-1 in the general purpose financial statements. During our audit, we identified a significant audit observation, being that the audit logs of privileged users in some key systems are not periodically reviewed. And this matter was raised as a significant observation as it's been a repeat observation for a number of years. We have discussed this extensively with management during the audit, and management has an action plan to address this matter that will follow up during next year's audit. Moving on to the income statement, here are some of the key measures within the income statement that we report on in the ROCA. Firstly, we report that rates and annual charges revenue has increased this year by around almost 4 million, up to 136 million, and that's largely due to rate peg increase and subdivisions. Grants and contributions revenue has actually declined this year by about 31.3 million, and that's mainly due to a 30.5 million decrease in developer contributions. Council reported a healthy operating result for the year of 68.7 million, and that decrease from last year's, again, largely due to this decrease in the developer contributions received. And when you take out the impact of externally received grants and contributions, there is a small decrease in the net operating result, excluding the capital grants and contributions. But this is still a healthy 7.3 million net result when you exclude the external grants. The other key area that we look at is cash and investments. And this year, as at 30 June 2023, cash and investments did increase compared to last year by about almost $50 million, up to $514.2 million. And this year, of this amount, there is over 400 million that is externally restricted. And this mainly consists of developer contributions that have been received, where the funding is tied to specific projects. And it also relates to fundings from grants that haven't yet been spent. Internal allocations, which is this other line here, these primarily relate to funds set aside for Council's strategic priorities, various capital projects, and unexpended loan proceeds. And these are not restricted by an external piece of legislation or regulation or contract, but by this Council's own policies and decisions that are made. And these are part of the total cash balance up here. And if you would like to have further details of Council's external restrictions and internal allocations, you can refer to Note C13 of the General Purpose Financial Statements. We're pleased to report that Council has cash to meet debts as they fall due, and these cash and investment levels also have a positive impact on the unrestricted current ratio, debt service current ratio, and cash expense cover ratio, and these ratios all exceed the benchmark set by the Office of Local Government. So Council has met 5 of the 6 financial performance ratios, including the 3 that I just mentioned, but there is one ratio that Council did not meet the benchmark for. This is the rates and annual charges outstanding percentage, and this ratio assesses the impact of uncollected rates and annual charges on Council's liquidity and the adequacy of debt recovery efforts. The benchmark set by OLG is for there to be less than 5% of rates and annual charges outstanding for metropolitan councils. Council, as you can see, did not meet this ratio for the last 3 years, as the benchmark is to be below this 5% line. but you can see that there has been an improvement since 2021 and a slight improvement from last year. And this was a peak in, I guess, the last 5 or 6 years, and largely is attributed to paused debt recovery during the COVID-19 pandemic. But Council is moving closer back towards the OLG benchmark over the last few years. Finally, the report on the conduct of the audit also draws attention to some key asset metrics. Note C16 in the general purpose financial statements reports that Council renewed $42.6 million in infrastructure, property, plant and equipment in 2023. New asset additions did decrease from 2022, but that's because last year included the first time recognition of affordable housing assets that were contributed to Council. So last year was a bit more, this large number from last year is a bit more of an outlier compared to the usual. I would like to thank Council's finance team for their support and their professionalism and cooperation with our team in the conduct of our audit. And that contributed to us meeting the timetable in 2023. I'd also like to thank the Audit and Risk Committee for their support through the audit and the Mayor and General Manager. I'm happy to take questions on our audit report.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. Do we have to move it? Do we have to move it? Is it being moved?
Yeah. Oh, do you want to move it?
I'll move it.
All right, moved by Councillor Morrison. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Curry?
Thanks for waiting online for such a long time. I appreciate that. I'm not sure how long you've been there for, but I appreciate your presence tonight to talk through that. I did miss the bit where you had multiple years where there was non-delivery or management hadn't met something. Can you just go back to that? Because there was no slide on that.
Is this the rates and annual charges outstanding percentage?
No, before that.
Oh, before. That one.
There was something that was, and we've got an action plan.
Oh, I was talking about the significant observation that's included in our report.
Yeah.
It was just a comment that we raised a high risk observation to management, mainly because this point had been outstanding for a number of years. And the point is that the audit logs of some users with privileged access to some key systems were not periodically reviewed. So it's a it's a best practice recommendation that if you have some administrative users with access to some systems, that their activity logs should be reviewed periodically. Sorry, I couldn't quite catch that. I think the microphone might be off.
Sorry, I didn't have the microphone. So I was just the question. Thank you for clarifying. My question is, what are we doing about that? Because it's a pretty big risk.
From an audit perspective, we do obviously look at that, and we engage our specialized systems auditors to look at that, and they will look at whether that control, because that didn't occur, whether there was any exploitation of that. So from our perspective and our financial audit perspective, we've done our work there and we didn't identify, that weakness being exploited. In terms of the action plan, I might let management speak towards that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the specific sort of problem was relating to two of our software applications. Council didn't have sufficient staff to have privileged user access across the system, so they had to, recently we've gone into the back of the system and actually cut off those, and now we have to have a request system for people to come and get privileged access use. At the time the audit happened, we hadn't made those changes, but we do have a sufficient sort of separation now in our IT structure that allows that to occur. And going forward, we're going to be enforcing that to make sure that we don't allow the same people to access the certain systems with the generic passwords that they already had. So that was the main issue that we had to address.
So does that mean the issue is now resolved and we have governance in place around the access to our internal systems? Or because Mr. Wong said there's an action plan in place, but in my view, this is something that seems like a bit of a no-brainer. So what's the current status and when can this be crossed off?
At this stage, it's partially resolved. We haven't actually finished doing the documentation for it, so we've actually implemented the the procedure, but now it's just up to the CIO now to detail it and bring it back and get it validated by the. We have an audit that comes along and validates closed actions, so that'll be going to the February or March review for that to be validated.
But how long will it take? Because just because it hasn't been exploited tells me that it can be exploited, and it doesn't say anything about it won't be exploited. So there's a very big, in my background, everyone knows I work for a bank, right? This is a massive problem, and local government is susceptible to these sorts of things. And this is what's led to all sorts of governance and integrity issues across local government across the country. And if we're hearing from the audit office saying this has been going on for multiple years, it tells me we've got a problem that really needs priority. So what's the date? When's this going to be fixed?
I would like to think it'll be fixed by December, but we do have mitigation controls in place. But yeah, we haven't resolved the issue fully. So I'll make sure I get it done and get it fully signed off and the reporting done, because we have to run the reports to check to make sure that the privileged users haven't been, like, we've got the controls in place, but we haven't actually run the reports to actually make sure that there's been no other people logging in. And then privileged users only relates to 5 or 6 people in the IT department. It's people who have access to multiple systems. So it's not as high as a cyber risk, but it's obviously still a risk for council to make sure that people aren't getting into the back of the system and moving things around.
Thank you. We've got, of course, I'm not questioning any integrity of current cohort of people, but when we're looking at any sort of business in Australia, in any industry, this is where the headlines come. Oh, we only had 3 trusted people who were there, and it's as one of those 3 trusted people who are in the headlines. And again, we've got a high quality and caliber of people in your team, I know that, but wherever there's a risk, there's only a couple little things that need to happen before there's a problem. So you said that'll be done by December. Can we get an update at the next, when's it, we got at the extra, when's that? We got a January or February meeting, whenever that is. That'd be great. The second question is, what's the driver behind the 7.2% delinquency in rates?
We've traditionally had a very high level. We've obviously got a scheme where we don't actually enforce rates collection on pensions, which accounts for about 0.9 to 1% of that. And the rest of it is, you remember, the 5% ratio is something just set by the government as a standard across. If I go back over the last 7 or 8 years, we've never met that ratio. But we are, as you can see, we had a 2-year pause where we weren't collecting rates or enforcing rates, and now we've been turning that back on in the last 12 months. So we're starting to see some progress now on getting that number back down. So I think within 1 to 2 years, we should be able to get back down to about 6%. And then it depends on how the cost of living goes. And because we sort of were tracking really well last year, and then the economy sort of hit us in about May, and our May instalments were really quite low. And we're just starting to collect some of that money now. So it's just an ongoing, recurring challenge for us to keep on those, keep to the policy, which is 2 instalments or more than $500 outstanding, and we'll just keep enforcing that policy.
Cool. Sorry, and just to clarify that, so with the policy, you're referring to the hardship policy, or is there again, we don't need a big stick approach because people are doing it tough. So again, being that high and not meeting the benchmark, that's acceptable if people have contacted us and we're working with them, making arrangements, pausing, whatever we need to do. But is that being enforced? Is that the policy you're referring to?
Yeah, the policy is ratepayers are only allowed to fall behind 2 instalments. So that's council's rates collection policy. And then obviously if they can't make those payments, they can approach us for a hardship application, and then we can put them on a payment plan. So there's all sorts of different options, but it's just, because we weren't enforcing it for a couple of years because of COVID, it's just allowed people to kind of build up a bit of a higher balance. So now we're slowly getting through those people to get them back on track and make those arrangements and get the payments flowing. So yeah.
Can I just ask Richard, is this I understand the current economic climate. Is that something that the department is going to pull us into line about it?
I I haven't seen them done. Like, I think if we compare ourselves to the councils around us, we're at very similar levels. I think it's just the economic cycle we're in at the moment. We're getting below 5% is quite challenging, but it's really about our cash flow and making sure that we keep every ratepayer paying so we can keep funding our services. So it's nothing I don't think we'll get a big stick. And as I said, we're meeting all the ratios except for this one.
So it's not, that's my worry, is that we might get attacked. But I don't, to be honest, with the way the economy is going at the moment, I believe it will go up.
That's our hope it doesn't. But we're actually seeing a reasonable trend. We do report this to executive quite often, and the trend this year is we're going okay. We're slightly probably.
As long as we've got them on some form of a plan,
Yep.
they're paying them back, even if it's minute. Otherwise, if they fall behind, then it'll take us ages. It will take them ages, and of course, it's stress and be able to repay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor
Thank you,
Hannah.
Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you. With these outstanding ratios, do all of those attract statutory interest?
Correct. There is a council policy that if you're making payments in excess of 125%, we will waive your current year interest if people have fallen behind. But generally, all rates outstanding will attract a statutory interest of 9%.
So there could be an argument run that there is a financial advantage in having a reasonable number of outstanding rates, although you wouldn't regard it as being ideal. I don't think we're getting anywhere near 9% on our investments at this point in time. So
That is one way to look
I
at it.
suppose if you get it down closer to the 5%, then I'd imagine that's probably a sweet spot.
Take that on.
All right. All right. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Quinton, for your very detailed report, and sorry to keep you waiting for so long.
No worries. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll be dialing off now.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions? If not, I'll put it. All in favour, say aye. Those against, no. Declare it carried. Okay. Next item is 11.3. There's two speakers that we have. This is on 11.3, CPE 23.031, the planning proposal for 88 to 96 New Illawarra Road. It's actually three on mine. There's three speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Daniel Fidziani.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. So I'm a flood engineer, and I've been working on the most recent round of modelling and reporting that's been done in support of this application. I'll try to keep it brief as I'm an engineer and my language is generally technical in nature, and I'm sure you don't want to hear all that boring stuff. So in a nutshell, I'm here to encourage you that there is a pathway forward for this application. At this point, I've only had one opportunity to present the site scheme and have that assessed by the Department of Planning as well as the SES. So in that process, they've come back with raised some issues that needed addressing, which I haven't had the opportunity to present to them at this point as yet. But that has given me the opportunity to make adjustments and rectifications to the site scheme. So I might rattle those up really quickly, if we give it a moment. So if you're familiar with the previous development or previous scheme of the site, there's been changes that include changes in the council stormwater pipe alignment. So we're not adjusting it really from its current alignment, which goes a long way to mitigate the issues that were brought up by the agencies. we're not channelizing the flow through the site as much as we were originally. That's very annoying. Yep, okay. We're including council's recently adopted design blockage parameters. So you've recently only adopted a DCP earlier this year, which wasn't actually active at the time when I prepared the original assessment. So it was a little bit difficult to meet that at that point in time when it didn't exist. The new scheme better manages the flood hazard within the site, demonstrates safe access and egress in large flood events, and prevents adverse impacts outside of the site to within tolerable limits as per this new DCP that I mentioned. So, yeah, basically it's quite different, but looks very similar, but it basically ticks off a lot of the concerns that were raised by the Department of Planning as well as the SES. So basically, at this point, we just need council support to allow this to go back to those agencies to get there, allow them to look at the new scheme, and I believe that it's a lot better, and obviously adheres a lot better to their comments, so that there should be a lot greater chance of agreement with those agencies. And just to close out, just want to mention that the New South Wales Floodplain Development Manual, which guides all of this sort of flood-related work, has a specific mention in there that land shouldn't be needlessly sterilised based on flooding. And I'm just here to say that there is a pathway forward for that to occur on this site. We just need, I guess, the opportunity to define what that is. So I just ask that you, allow that opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. The next speaker on the same item is Mr. Nigel White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's noted from the report to council that the sole remaining issue with this application relates to flood affectation. You have heard from the applicant's flood engineer just now that the matter can be resolved. The adjusted design, which we've prepared and we were hoping to circulate with councillors but didn't get that opportunity, demonstrates how the flood circumstance can be addressed. The adjusted design addresses council's DCP in relation to the flood affectation within the 1 in 100 year flood event. The maximum water depth in the extreme case is about 0.3 to 0.5 of a metre for a short duration of time in the eastern portion of the site and less elsewhere on site. With regards to the PMF, probable maximum flood event, it is understood that for this catchment, the flood event is meant to occur sometime within a 1 in 100,000 years. The maximum water level during this event at the southeastern portion of the site would be about 0.8 to 0.9 of a metre in depth. And that would last for about 45 minutes and less elsewhere on site. The proposed amended design and residential use can withstand both flood scenarios, with refuge being maintained in the building during a flood event. The higher part of the site fronting New Illawarra Road is less affected and appropriate for driveway access in the extreme flood events. Emergency access by an ambulance or fire truck in the event of a flood can be gained from New Illawarra Road as opposed to Bexley Road. The flood circumstance arises due to inadequate drainage and potential blockage of drains and pipes in the vicinity of the site. The flood is not from a river or creek system where flooding is sustained over longer periods. To deny the redevelopment of the subject site as proposed would sterilise this prominent site and retain a redundant service station and detached housing along the southern approach to the North Bexley Town Centre. The subject site and proposed development have been deemed to have site-specific merit and strategic merit. The proposed scale of development fits into the vision and growth modelling for the town centre. Traffic issues are well resolved It should be noted that the traffic assessment identified that the service station generates more traffic than the proposed development would. The service station currently has access from Bexley Road. This access driveway will be removed as part of the proposed development, and that's where the flooding is most sustained. The proposed development represents an ordered development of the site, better equipped to protect individuals in a flood event than that offered by the service station and the existing individual housing. The do-nothing approach does not address the flooding in and around the site. The risk to individuals using the service station and Bexley Road will remain unresolved. Council is urged to simply defer the matter and grant the applicant an opportunity to address this flooding issue once and for all. Such would simplify the process when dealing with the Department of Planning at the next stage. Thank you, councillors.
We have a speaker, Mrs. Jacqueline Pike on Teams. She's the representative of Save Our Value Committee. Oh,
Hello.
Yep.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. Save Our Valley made a submission to this development proposal in November 2022. So this address is to affirm our objections and highlight our concerns directly with Bayside councillors. Save Our Valley is incorporated with the Department of Fair Trading as a non-profit community group, and we're made up of local volunteers. We aren't affiliated with any political organisation or party. Save Our Valley was formed in 2017 when many residents and business owners in Barble Park, Earlwood and Torella expressed concerns about the New South Wales government's plans for development in the area under plans proposed by the New South Wales Department of Planning. And Bexley North was added in 2019 due to similar concerns. We aren't against development. What we are for is integrated planning and development in consultation with local community to ensure that the housing density levels and locations are appropriate for our suburbs in a way that respects the needs for the community and its urban character. We are for development where it includes additional public transport, good traffic planning, new schools, open spaces, and community facilities in proportion to any projected increase in population. Our objections to the proposed development was number one, lack of green space. The development that the proposal does not include the requisite green space to counterbalance the increased heat, noise, pollution, and crowding that will result from the development. Increased pollution. The air pollution from the unfiltered M5 tunnel stacks at Torella means that this area is already one of the most polluted areas in Sydney, Australia and the world. The added traffic that will flow from this development will increase pollution and consequently the health risks. Increased traffic congestion. This intersection is already a bottleneck for traffic inside and outside peak hour. The M5 motorway was built to ease congestion on local roads. However, Bexley Road, which is a major north-south traffic corridor, does not. With the new toll on the M5 East was introduced, many more trucks and cars now use Bexley Road to cut to Forest Road. The large increase in residents resulting from this proposed development will lead to even more increased traffic congestion and pollution. Lack of infrastructure. The proposed development will lead to overcrowding in this small suburb. Bexley North is in a valley that is bound by a railway, the creek and the shopping centre. And there is not room to expand development at this level. The fact that there is a train station nearby does not automatically mean that it's suitable for high-rise development. The development proposal fails to address how the extra infrastructure that will be required with such a large and sudden increase in population will be met. Such a development puts huge pressures on schools, preschools, medical services and existing green spaces, but the proposal fails to adequately address these matters. Inadequate planning for flood events. The development proposal plans to not consider flooding and water inundation events. Significant flooding events occur regularly along Willow Creek adjacent to the railway lines at Bexley North, Torella and Bardwell Park stations, with the height of the waterways rising rapidly. This affects traffic, public transport and pedestrian access to these suburbs, especially at the crucial bridge points which cross Willow Creek north to south. Increasing the number of multi-unit residential and loss of green space will increase flooding in the Bexley North area. Already, Bayside Council is undertaking major stormwater pipe work in certain council areas because their modelling and projections anticipate huge stormwater increases for the waterway systems in the local council areas as a result of increased density and loss of green spaces. The last item I had here was inconsistency. The height and size of the units proposed is inconsistent with the topography of the site. It should remain at 2 stories, consistent with the public housing development that is close by. The Bexley North suburb is largely made up of single-storey, single-family dwellings or low-rise apartments. The proposed development is completely inconsistent with the needs and amenity of the suburb. We welcome the opportunity to discuss the development proposal with Bayside Council officers and members of the Eastern Sydney Planning Panel and officer of the Department of Planning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's it. That's it. Right, do I have a mover? Mover, Councillor Souness.
Actually put through? I will.
I'll do a second about
Well,
Councillor
I'm asking
Barlow.
a question.
I'm through you, Mr. Mayor. The planning proposal was first lodged in 2017.
Okay, so aside from all the other issues raised, I'd like to thank the speakers firstly, but aside from the other issues raised of traffic and density and so on, the issue of flood mitigation, the issues that floods create is a massive problem that we have. If it's overcome, if there's a conversation that the Department of Planning can have with the proponent, fair enough, they can do that, but in its current form, obviously there's a lot of boxes that haven't been ticked, and we need to go down this path and say no at this stage. You know, we can discuss other matters as they develop their plans as they move along. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other speak, Councillor Barlow?
Just that I got such a surprise when I read the report with all the flood problems. I do remember it, whenever it was, came to council quite a few years ago. I did make the comment about Fortescue Street and the the opening. I don't know if it might have changed since then, but the whole issue there is it's at the bottom of a hill and you put a solid structure there, it is going to affect the flooding. And if the SES, I think the speaker said they've sorted out the SES, but there's so many issues here, I can't see how we can improve it the way it is at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just ask the Director, so how did the building next door get approved? The housing condition?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not familiar with the details of that. It was before my time here, but I can take that on notice.
All right. Any other speakers? If not, this is a planning proposal. All those in favour, please raise your right hand. For division. So we've got Councillor Curry. Oh. Okay, ready, Professor? Oh. Okay, Councillor Curry, Morrissey, Muscat, Bardell, Jansen, Souness, Werner, Barlow, Hannah, Douglas, and Cedric, and myself. I'll declare it carried. Thank you. Okay. Next item we have Mr. Harry Christian, in relation to 11.4 CWA 23.029 Heath Street, Bexley. Oh, if we can call in, yeah, please come through. So, yeah, just wait a couple minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Harry,
you.
just wait a couple minutes. It's got to get the other two councillors in.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. We may need their vote, so.
Yeah. What a night, eh?
That's normal.
Yeah. Not quite. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I mean, the agenda item I'm here to speak about certainly pales into insignificance compared to what's going on overseas in the Middle East, but my heart goes out to all affected. Anyway, that said, the majority of the residents in Heath Street, Bexley North, are in support of the construction of a concrete footpath on the even numbered side, or sorry, the odd numbered side of our street. You know, as rate-paying residents, I think we believe we're entitled to a footpath given the time and the place we live in. A lack of a safe footpath in a residential area in the year 2023 is a little bit concerning. That said, we need adequate wheelchair. We have a disabled resident who lives on the odd side of the street. His wheelchair weighs about 200 kilos. He's often forced to use the road surface in order to travel along our street. The safety concerns are very real. The need for parents with strollers to have safe access and not to be forced to push their prams along the road surface. Safety concerns, again, are very real. We have elderly neighbours who live on the odd-numbered side of the road who need proper access. They have walking frames, they have walking sticks. They're often forced to travel along the grass. It's very, very awkward. It's a hindrance. Some neighbours have been asking for and have been waiting for 40-odd years for a simple footpath. So we need to avoid the associated mud and slush caused during heavy rains. Goes without saying, a cleaner environment generally. The surface of the current all-grass path is uneven and sometimes and often poses a danger to residents. An uneven surface, kids playing around the place, etc. Look, it was suggested by some council members that the residents are in disharmony on the issue. Nothing could be further from the truth. We're a very clear, close-knit and friendly little community. 17 of the 20-odd households are in favour of the construction of the footpath. I think we put a petition to council and to the asset management team to that effect. It was also suggested by a couple of the residents that an adaptive style path be considered as an option. It was cited that the downside of an adaptive type footpath is as follows. It'd take away from the width of our road surface, making our road narrower. Pedestrian safety would be an issue as the path would run next to the road surface where cars would travel. Council sweepers, difficulty accessing the curb, water drainage becomes an issue. Access to driveways is hindered. Such paths, from what we're led to believe, don't necessarily meet best practices in Australia. We recently had a site meeting amongst all of the residents. We had some 20-odd, and it was put to them, would they be up for one of these adaptive style footpaths? Of the 20-odd people that were there at the community get-together last week, there was one show of hand. So that said, all we want is a footpath. We're not solving world hunger here. We're not asking for anything out of the ordinary. Some residents have been asking for a footpath for a long, long time. We've got disabled people, we've got young families with strollers. They're often accessing the road surface where cars are. It's a very dangerous situation. That's all I have to say on the matter, and really thank you again for your time.
Councillor Hannah.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to rise to put an alternative motion because we need to firm this up following the site meeting that we had that I attended with councillors Barlow and Awada. So if I can get a second, thank you very much for that.
Councillor Barlow.
Yeah. You can read that up there. What I think we need to say now is that a concrete footpath, generally 1.2 metres in width, be constructed on the odd-numbered side of Heath Street, Bexley, and after Bexley, I think we need to add the word north, if we could do that. Bexley North, that's right, because if there's one thing I don't want to happen, I don't want this footpath to go south, I can tell you, Mr Mayor. It really will be WTF if that happens. And that the path be located by the curb, between the curb and the, I think that should be front. We need an R in there, not font. Front, yeah, property boundaries such that there is a grass strip on either side of the path. And I was there with my tape measure, and we're talking roughly about 900 millimetres, roughly. We don't have to put this in. I'm sure the engineers will figure this out, but roughly 900 metres from the front boundary, grass, and then approximately 1200 millimetres on the other side, which will allow room for tree and shrub planting. And that the street tree planting be undertaken on both sides of the street in conjunction with the construction of the footpath, subject to the usual pre-planning community consultation. And this is something that came through quite clearly at the site visit, that many of the residents expressed a desire to have more trees in the street. And it was a little bit bare, I've got to say. It does need planting out. And that finally the tree removal and pruning be kept to the minimum required to facilitate construction and safe use of the footpath. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you. Any other councillors? Barbara?
I just wanted to say we deferred it from the committee for a site meeting, and I felt maybe the residents might have been upset, but really it was well worth it. As I said, the speaker said, I think we had nearly everyone in the street, and they ended up being quite happy about it. There was a couple of unhappy people, but it was the trees, and yes, you've got to do both sides. There's the only trees that are planted are by residents, so I think it's a good outcome. It's deferred a little bit later, but you really need to talk to the residents quite often, and hopefully the pre-planting will be great to have a consultation.
Well, thank you, Councillor Simmons.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank the Speaker for bringing this to our attention and getting the street behind this. It's only a minor thing. It's only a footpath, but we pay rates. Our expectations are that we have a footpath in our street. And I believe there's still a lot out there that haven't been done. And I'll put the director on the spot for a moment, because he's been very quiet there. So if we rolled out all the missing footpaths, how long would it take to complete it in our LGA? This is very important. We're happy to collect rates. We're happy to penalise people for being late for rates, yet we haven't got a program that will effectively complete within some people's lifetime. Let's hear the answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The list that was presented to you earlier in the year had about 150 streets on it that didn't have a footpath on either side, on one side or the other. We've worked through quite a few in the current year. The funding being allocated by council in the current year is over $1 million, so we've got quite a few done. The total at the time was around $8 million to do the whole lot. So the time it would take really depends on how much money is allocated each year. But we're proposing $250,000 in next year's capital works program, subject to council's consideration. So we're making steady progress.
Okay, Elliot. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just ask a question through you? Does council look into accessibility issues, whether it be for wheelchair, prams, or other, when we're building footpaths?
Mr. Mayor, yes, there are standards for footpaths in terms of gradients and crossfalls and widths and that sort of thing. So we do comply with them as best we can. There are some locations where the topography just makes that impossible virtually. We might look at handrails or other solutions to try and assist, but we are very mindful of that in the design process.
Just going back to my question, I don't want to be flippant. I did the sums 32 years. So I'll just say it out there, 32 years to get a footpath on either side of the street, and that does not include if you have to replace ones that have been damaged or you feel that it needs to be upgraded. So it's a long time. So again, we charge rates. Oh, I know you're doing that. We charge rates. We're happy to do everything else under the sun, yet the basics we tend to forget sometimes.
All right. Any other speakers? Oh,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just gonna, because I'm representing, there's a handful of constituents and residents who have disabilities and who have constantly come to me and asked me this. Ward 5, yeah, sorry. But this is a good point to use to advocate for them. Is it possible that when we're building especially a major thoroughfare or a major footpath, that we include members of the community, whether it be through a community, have you say, whether it be I don't want to complicate it, where we invite them to not trial it out, but for their feedback, especially for building, like I know, for example, on the beachfront in Ward 5, sorry? No. Oh, it's a low one, that one. But there are certain areas, and I think once you're in a wheelchair, knock on wood, that we don't have to go through that, but once you live in a wheelchair, that they have different challenges, and as Councillor Hannah has mentioned, 1.2 is great. A lot of footpaths are half that. So I was just wondering, if possible, in future, if we could have a look at this process and have someone from the community who could assist us with advice or assistance or recommendations when it comes to accessibility going forward.
yep, I'll put the motion. We'll take those comments on board. I'm sure Ms. Marble will have a look at it and come back to us. All right, I'll put the motion. All in favour, aye. Those against, no. Declare it carried. Thank you. That finishes the public forum. We're now on 10.3. I believe Councillor Douglas pulled that out.
Hello, thank you. I wanted to just touch base on this proposed licence to the Arncliffe Aurora Football Club Inc. for Riverine Park community feedback, partly because I wasn't on council when it's been going through the processes to get to this point, but reading the objections, I had a few questions of the director to just discuss, to potentially open up that we do have some things in train, I believe, to address some of the concerns in the.
Councillor Douglas, do I have are you moving it?
Yes.
And do I have a seconder?
Thank you.
So you're moving the recommendation. I'll second it. You're moving the recommendation of the officers.
Thank you. So in the objections, there's quite a lot of discussion around it being Crown land and that there not having been done a needs assessment of the area. I just wanted to firstly ask through the chair, the director, around that needs assessment process so that we can address that concern. Was there a needs assessment process?
Richard. Richard?
My understanding, it's historically been used as a sporting field, so there is a need in the Crown Lands plan of management to do that. But for this purpose, we went out for those sporting fields with already existing sporting uses, so there wasn't a need to actually do it for that purpose.
I wanted to particularly touch base on there's a mention a couple of times in there around a Riverine Park landscape master plan development, which is not something that I am aware of. I haven't seen any details of, and it mentions a community garden and wetlands protection and a bunch of other fantastic initiatives that I think will address communities' concern that this area is not going to be just a sports field precinct. So I was wondering if you could open that up and unpack that. What's the status of the Riverine Park landscape master plan development?
Peter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We do have two projects underway in the Riverine area. So as councillors would know, Barton Park is nearing completion, and so there's the area next to that, which is the Landing Lights wetland and the Spring Street drain. So we have a consultant doing some work there at the moment, looking at naturalisation of that drain and how the wetlands can be improved. And then to the north of that is Riverine. And we're also working on a master plan in the current financial year for the remainder of Riverine, so not to revisit the playing fields, but looking at the area around, particularly along the waterfront. That land is classified as natural land rather than sports ground in terms of its local government Act classification. And so we're looking at opportunities there to clean up that land, which is a bit weed infested at the moment, so the public can enjoy that for passive recreation rather than sport. That plans will come back to council early next year with the first stages in that process.
Thank you. I'm very excited to hear about that plan, and I, through the chair, usually the community gets an opportunity to be consulted on that, and I imagine that that will be the case in this. So I believe that does address the significant concerns of community around that proposed license. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councillor Werner?
Yeah, look, I'm also a bit concerned that there wasn't you know, that other uses of that area weren't considered. I'm not voting against this motion, but I think in future, I think it's really important to do a proper master plan of all the areas that are together. Like the Barton Park and Riverine Park should have been considered together as an area. I don't know why they were considered separately. I think it's really important to take more of the context into account. And yeah, it is disappointing that the expression of interest went out before other uses of that area were considered.
Thank you. Can I just say, councillors, as I've said many times, that used to be a tip. That was for over 30 years, as Director said, was a sporting hub. And all we have here tonight is the proposed lease of Uncle Falora Football Club, Riverine Park. I can assure you all that once this is completed, every one of us will say bravo. It's similar to the Barton Park concept. There was some misinformation floating around and historical things where groups were formed. I have not yet met one resident that has said to us that the Barton Park precinct is a big disappointment. They're all supportive of the facilities that are going to be provided by Barton Park. In relation to Riverine Park, if you bother to go down there and have a look what's there now, it's barricaded, it's not usable, and what's been proposed is we went to expressions of interest, and all this is the final leg of the EIA, whatever it was, and then now what will happen is it will go to the Department of Crown for the final sign-off. But can I just say this? Please quote me on this at 10:14. What's today's date? I'm losing track of the date. 22nd of November, when this project is completed, along with the other projects in that area, you'll all go, this is brilliant, because this is a facility for the youth. And some of the projects that I must, first of all, say, I have been to Uncle Falora's presentation, as I was invited as a councillor, but this is a facility that's currently not being used by anyone other than rats, probably snakes there. Rockdale City Suns, that used to be their home ground. They would have remained there if it wasn't for the F6 and Cook's Cove, and they were relocated to West Botany Street. And as I said before, councillors, I urge you all to support it, because you will all be amazed when the finished product is there. It's for the benefit of our community. So, Councillor Douglas.
Would it be okay if we add a point 3, which is that council notes that a master plan for the Riverine Park landscape is coming to council next year? I know it's not to do with the license, but just to, if you read through the papers, there was quite a lot of concern around the use of the Crown land.
Yeah, we'll come, rather than putting the resolution, we'll put it down. We'll put it down as in relation to questions with notice.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Najee?
The Mayor, I'm not going to repeat what you have said, but I totally concur with you. Yes, it's been a long time that we've looked at Riverine, and it was a derelict place. Then we went to an ELI. We decided through the council that we need to go out and find out what we could do on that side. And at one stage, we were hopeful, not only Arncliffe Aurora, who would spend millions of dollars and turn it into a professional, nice environment area, but we were hoping that the St George Leagues and the Cricket Association would join that precinct, the sporting hub, we called it. Unfortunately, for financial reasons, two pulled out. One still had the money, they put the money where their mouth is, and now it's getting developed. So we will look at the other part of Riverine, and us councillors should decide what we would like to see a bit more, whether continue to be a sporting hub, maybe get the AFL, maybe get other sporting facilities in field number 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, thanks.
I can assure you there's no synthetic field there. I can assure you there's no synthetic field being proposed. But one of the organisations that pulled out is back on the scene. But yeah. Any other speakers? Okay, if not, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Next item is 10.4. Councillor Jensen, that's yours.
Yeah, I'll move it to.
Okay, moved by Councillor Jensen, seconded by Councillor Morrissey.
I'm super pleased that this has come back to council so promptly. I think it's super pleased. That's more than pleased, Councillor Sooners.
Christmas.
Because I think this is a good news story for the community, particularly because our only local history library or local history museum will now be accessible on a Saturday for those who work during the week. So thank you for bringing this back so quickly. But I just wanted to add into the actual recommendation. I know it's contained in the body of the report, but just wanted to add a third point in there that council robustly promotes the Saturday opening of Mascot Library and George Hanna Memorial Museum, just so it's, I'm confident that it remains in the recommendation. So thank you.
Yep, it certainly will be done in the our council website, and also I'm not sure if we can get it through to the newsletter, but yeah, yes, we'll be able to do that. All right, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Moving along, we're on 10.5, historical plaques. Councillor,
I was going to move it because I pulled it out.
yeah, Councillor Jensen, yep. All right, and seconded by Councillor Cedric, yep. Yeah.
No, I'm happy about this one as well, but just wanted to add a few things to finesse it. I've already sent the information through to governance because I was keen to see that the audit of the current plaques, which is due by March 2024, contains a condition report about those plaques and historic signage, and speaks to the replacement of the ones that are damaged, because I have taken a walk around some areas and note that some of the existing plaques and signage are damaged, so it would be good to replace those. But also that council takes advantage of the audit and gives consideration in that February report to how those plaques and historical signage can be mapped on our council website, so they become more of a engagement and interactive tool for the community, especially those that are very passionate about local history and want to discover more about the area. So I think government has got that wording through. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? If not, I'll put it all in favour, so aye. Those, I'll declare it carried. Thank you. Okay, we're now on 10.8. The ALGWA Resource Conference and Professional Development Training. Moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Sooners. Any speakers? If not, I'll put it all in favour. So, sorry.
Mr Mayor, that is for an indication for councillors that would like to attend, because it's a nomination. So
Yep.
So I'd like to be
All right,
put
it's been-
down, please.
Okay, moved by Councillor Curry in there.
Any other
Any others? Councillor Jansen, Councillor Souness, Councillor Werner, Councillor Barlow, and Councillor Douglas. Did we get all those? Jenny? Okay, all right. And to be confirmed. So first we got Councillor Curry, Councillor Muscat, Jansen, Warner, Barlow, and Douglas. He goes to too many places. All right, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Okay, next item is 10.9, the draft car share policy. Councillor Werner?
For the previous one, do we have to put our hands up for the professional education one, or what's it called, professional development, the second one? Or should we just
No, I've got
come
you
forward
going.
and let staff know if we're interested?
Where's the second one? Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, can you let the staff know? Sorry, you're right. Yeah, send to governance, yeah, if you want to go. All right,
Thank you.
now we're on 10.9, draft car share policy. Councillor Douglas?
I pulled this out just because there was going to be a couple of extra additions that were discussed at the committee which didn't make it into the council papers, but I believe they're on the screen at the moment, which is that would provide a selection of 100% clean green energy, and the following dot points be for consideration, which is potential for multiple bays in one location.
All right, so Councillor Douglas, you're moving it?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Do I have a second? Councillor Souness?
Yeah. And then there's something else below that. I think if, oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's very good. Thank you.
Okay, any speakers on that? Councillor Curry?
Yeah, I just, thank you for putting together the matrix. I just want to confirm that we don't place them
Yes.
outside anyone's
Home.
homes, because if I'm looking at that matrix that was circulated, I'm still seeing some addresses there. So just want to be really clear that, no, I've checked, that there's no, can't be in front of any houses. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. The list of spaces that we circulated, we're not proposing to put on exhibition. The residential addresses in there, if they're in a low density area, the spaces are identified on the side boundary, the long side boundary, not in front of them. So that's correct, we wouldn't identify a space in front of a house.
Sorry, could I just
Councillor?
actually make a quick suggestion for an amendment to the wording? Instead of just saying availability of shade, could we say availability / provision of shade? Because there is a push for electric vehicle charging stations providers to actually provide shading as well to increase the amenity, the safety of the electric vehicle charging station. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor
I
Barlow?
was repeating Councillor Curry that it was the fact that when I read it, it's only it's going on exhibition. So we can pick up all the issues of housing and that, because I've seen the map and I thought, no, I haven't got time to look, because that's the one consideration we all brought up to the committee. You can't have it in front of someone else.
It's true. That's what, yeah, we all agreed.
It's not going on exhibition, so it's great.
But that's just the policy. Yeah. Councillor Werner? Yeah.
I just also wanted to ask whether if someone actually did want it in front of their house, whether that would be possible if they could apply for that, if that's something that they were interested in.
Through Mr. Mayor, from memory, the matrix does refer to people who might be a member of a particular scheme if they requested it, but ultimately it's really up to the provider to nominate the spaces. It's their business, so we'd expect they'll come to us with suggestions of what works from their business point of view, and then we can review those against that matrix.
Yep. All right, any other speakers? If not, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Next item is 10.10, New South Wales Department of Planning, reducing the harmful effects of gas. Councillor Douglas? Are you moving it? Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Barlow, any speakers?
I just wanted to acknowledge the work that's gone into this, and though it wasn't completely the result that I think that some of us were hoping for, I think that what the papers said to me was that there will be an opportunity for the council to make a submission to the 2025 review of the SEP, which considers phasing out of fossil gas in new residential dwellings based on evidence such as the impact to human health. The director's nodding his head. So I wondered if we could make an amendment to the recommendations that council considers making a submission to the 2025 SEP, which considers phasing out fossil gas in new residential dwelling based on evidence of the impact to human health.
Okay, and this is the second, okay. The issue, Councillor Douglas, is that the state government hasn't got the appetite for it.
In 2025, which is in a couple of years' time, I think it would just be, to follow on from this motion, an opportunity for council to reconsider their position on it and make a submission to the governing body.
I guess you're asking for consideration.
A consideration only.
Yeah.
It's not.
I mean, some of us may not be here.
And phasing out fossil gas from new residential dwellings.
Councillor Curran?
Sorry. My only thinking is in 2025, is that when the submissions are? Is that when the review is? I'm just conscious it'll be a new term of council, and it would be up to that term of council to determine what they're comfortable with. So can I maybe suggest that council considers making a submission?
Good point.
And yeah, something about, and you know, to be determined by the council of the day.
Yeah, on point 2, yeah.
Mr Mayor, if I could just make a suggestion to allow the freshly elected council to determine a position on the use of gas, particularly in residential dwellings. I think point 2, it would be simple just to say that council considers making a submission to the 2025 SEPP review. Cut out the rest of it. That will then allow the new council to make a decision. Would that make sense? Or
Yeah, I
not?
follow you. Comrade, I follow you all the way.
I'll just...
Well, I think it does need to be more explicit about this actual report. New council. It should be new residential dwellings, not existing residential dwellings, because we're not going to go into anybody's kitchen and take their gas away.
Yeah. Oh,
I did
councillor Bowen.
second it. I'm sort of considering withdrawing that, but I suppose it's okay. I like my gas and I'll never have a new house, so it won't really worry me. So I just think.
running again.
But the issue is, I mean, everyone wants to save the world and do this. You haven't got enough electricity. When you phase out all the gas, where's the electricity coming from? And that is the main point. And that's the bit that worries me, because take away all gas, you've got to use electricity, and where is all that coming from?
Yep. All right, if no other speakers, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Next item is 10.12, the Code of Meeting Practice. Moved by councillor Curry. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Jansen. Any speakers? Councillor Werner.
Yeah, look, I don't agree with some of the changes to the Code of Meeting Practice. One thing that I think is inadequate is the amount of 9 minutes for speakers. I think it is a good idea to have 3 minutes for each speaker, but what if there's a motion that has more than 3 speakers? Like tonight, for instance, I think it was really important to hear all those speakers who wanted to speak. So I think that's one thing that I would delete from that Code of Meeting Practice. The other thing is that the 9 minutes that was at 4.9 in the Code of Meeting Practice. The other thing that I think is actually hinders transparency and also isn't very democratic is to say that people are not allowed to speak on some of the items that are on the business papers. So at 4.25, it says that address will not be permitted on council minutes, minutes of the 4 standing committees. I think that's particularly difficult for residents then, because a lot actually does get decided at the standing committees, and if they can't speak on it at the council meeting, it's just confusing, because the actual background and the information that's put forward at those committees is in the committee papers. It's not in the council papers. That's another problem. But anyway, I think people should be able to speak on the minutes of the standing committees. Also, responses to questions with notice. And so I do think that people should be able to speak on those things. For instance, what if there's something in the council minutes that's wrong that we haven't picked up? I think it's really important to let residents speak about those things. So I guess I would like to make an amendment that the reference to the 9 minutes in 4.9 is removed from the Code of Meeting Practice.
Sorry, I don't accept that amendment.
Okay, you can.
Yeah, okay, well, in which case I'll put a foreshadowed motion.
Right, okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Curry, definitely.
My only comment is this has gone out for public exhibition. There were no submissions received, and therefore I am comfortable with it in its current form.
All right, well, it's been moved and seconded. Yes. So I'll put it, all those in favour say aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Okay, all in favour, please. Okay. Can I just say, we've never knocked anyone back in terms of they've got, tonight was a bad example, but we've always given extensions on it, so I'm not sure We've advertised it, but a division's been called. All in favour, please raise your right hand. Okay. Oh, it's in the red, highlighted in red, Joe. Yeah, Fausto, everyone's in favour except one. And let's know everyone's in favour of the recommendation. And sorry, yeah, Councillor Werner is against. So the changes are been highlighted in red. We can always review it. So, yeah. All right, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Next item is the tender for Botany Golf Club, but I think we'll have to go in a confidential session. We have planning proposal for 26 Ethiopia Street, Botany. Councillor Nudge and Awad have to leave the room. Okay, we're on CPE 23.032, planning proposal for request for 26 Ethiopia Street, Botany. Moved by Councillor Morrissey. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Curry. Any speakers on it? If not, I'll declare it carried, and there's a division on this one. This is the one that we got quoted in the paper. Yeah. Can I just say, councillors, I got approached by Sydney Hill on this one, and I actually, now I think of it, I said to him, why would we support something that doesn't comply and it's not properly zoned? So it's not as that we're anti-government to work with them in terms of residential targets and that. So all those in favour of the recommendation, please raise your right hand. Okay, everybody, Councillor Fausto, declared carried unanimously. If we can ask for Councillor Naji and Awada. Oh, I missed it. Oh, I got excited. Which ones? Oh. Yeah. So which one's the Captain Parkman? Oh, yeah, okay. And what's after that one? Oh. Yeah, councillors, now we're on 11.4, CWA 23.026, Gardner Parks Play Space Renewal and Access Options. Hang on. Who's moving it? The Gardner Park, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, no. Okay, Councillor Warner, do I have a seconder? Councillor Souness, any speakers?
Yeah, look, I am wondering if we could have a amendment to this as a point number 3, that a heritage report be prepared as part of any playground or path development. So this is because it's actually a heritage listed park, and so I think if we're going to do, like, I think it's wonderful, obviously, to upgrade the playground, and you know, maybe some of those paths are you know, will help the community to move around the park. But if we're going to do that, we should consider the heritage impacts. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Naji.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just clarification for you. Didn't we have a heritage report? Didn't we have a heritage report on this park to cover everything, or do we need to do one every time there's something happening with it? Just clarification.
The GM.
Through the chair, just conferred with the director, particularly in terms of the playground, where we are not, we're not suggesting that the playground be relocated within the park. It is effectively replacing like for like. So a heritage report would not be required under those circumstances. It would be a Part 5. And yes, we have had a heritage assessment done for previous works that we've done within the park. I would need to check whether there's any issues with the pathways that have been suggested, but certainly not for the playground.
Just a naive question through you. When you say like for like, I hope you mean like a slide. It'll be the modern design, not the old design.
Playground for playground.
Michael, you and I will try it.
You'll try. As far as I understand from reading the report, the fence, the stone fence, which is a heritage item, that has to be widened, and that's the only element that gets impacted, I think, in this proposal. So it's not a major issue. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think we've spent enough time and money on this park, and I foreshadow the original motion.
Yeah.
Just a right of reply. We just heard from the general manager that if that obviously the playground is like for like, but if anything is done with the path, it is actually that is something that could affect the heritage. So,
Okay.
so I think it is really important to have that in there, just for the pathways.
So through the Mayor, just for a point of clarification, any works that we would be considering doing, any new works, we would obviously have to take into account any planning requirements before we commence that work, whether that was through a development consent, a Part 5. If a heritage assessment is required, then council will obviously undertake that work.
Okay. Councillor Simmons has withdrawn his. I did. Yeah. So we need a seconder. Yeah. Okay, so therefore, there's no seconder. Okay, then there's no seconder. Then therefore, Councillor Curry's moved the original recommendation. No, remove 3. That's which. Yeah. But, okay. Okay. No, we've got to get Andrew's name off the. Yeah.
If we have to have a heritage report anyway, why don't we just leave that in there? And it's just stating something that's going to happen anyway. There's no point taking it out.
No. Look, let's get back to reality. The general manager just told us. Okay, I know people have got this thing about Gardens Park. Okay, we're replacing an existing playground equipment. Now, let's get real. Let's get real. Like I don't sort of. I go down there and have a look myself. I don't look for issues that we can. I've never heard of in my 40 years in local government. Councillor Werner, please accept this. In 40 years that we've ever asked for a heritage report on replacing children's playground equipment, I've never. Yeah, I've never heard of that. I've never, honestly, God, I've never heard of that. Yeah. Okay.
Can I just say, so if I amended it and I'm moving the motion, you can't just remove that amendment.
No. I'm just saying, let's snap out and live in the real world. We're asking a heritage study on replacing it, and the GM just said it's like for like. I don't get it.
I'm not removing the amendment.
Okay. Okay, do you have a seconder? There's no seconder. Okay, therefore, it elapses. Then we'll go back to the original, which is
Yeah,
councillor
but-
Curry.
But hang on, it says that I moved the motion.
Okay,
So
no,
I'm not,
we're
I'm
going to
not
change it.
moving
We're
it
going to
anymore.
change it. But
Someone else can move.
it's not moving, that's right. Yeah, no, but councillor Curry has moved it. Councillor Curry and councillor Morrissey moving it. But councillors, this is a park. Let's snap out of it. Let's snap out of it. It's a park on a playground equipment. I know we've got certain ideological issues about anything we do in that park. It is a children's playground equipment. This is laughable if we tell the community, well, exception of a couple, that we're going to ask for a heritage or a heritage study on replacing like for like children's equipment. I've never heard of that. Councillor Nigel.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not trying to implicate the process, but what you had before you, a mover and a seconder. The seconder did not agree with number 3, but he was willing to agree to the original motion. In my opinion, it should still be the seconder.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm just being technical.
Because always remember, this equipment is for the kids. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against, no. Thank you. Declare it carried. Okay, now we're on the notice of motions that are left. Okay, 12.1, notice of motion by councillor Werner in relation to cultural inclusion and diversity reporting. Councillor Werner, you're on.
Yeah, so this,
Is there a second, Mr. Do I have a seconder?
oh yeah, I'll move it.
Yeah, do you have a seconder? Oh, councillor Souness? Okay. No, okay. So, let's go, okay, let's hold it. Okay, the notice of motion is 12.1.
We're moving too fast here.
Okay, yeah, well, get with it. Okay. Okay, 12.1, notice of motion by councillor Werner.
I read that.
Okay, all right. 12.1,
We need a second.
we need a seconder?
That's not a motion.
It's a motion, it's notice of motion. Okay,
You deal with the list of the. Sorry,
well, do you have a seconder? Okay. Seconder? Okay, sorry, councillor Werner, there's no seconder. Okay, sorry about that. Next one, 12.2, notice of motion, bike repair station. Councillor Douglas? Councillor, seconded by councillor Jansen.
I just will briefly speak on this because I know it's late and we're all exhausted. So this motion about bike repair stations very much focuses on a very local issue, because I believe that it's the small things that we can do as a council to make our community and our suburbs more accessible, more livable and safer is what's close to my heart. So for me, that might be a community street library, a better playground, a new park facility or an aquatic centre. I think these local infrastructures is what our community relies on that only local government can provide, which is why I've brought this motion tonight to ask for your support, councillors, to investigate bike repair stations based on what other councils have experienced to see if they would be useful additions to Bayside. I think this is really focuses on about increasing accessibility for kids and adults alike, with the focus on local cyclists, but also bike tourism, as we are really in a go-to area. We've got great cycleways already, and we will have more great cycleways coming. You know, we have people coming from Wallay Creek to Kaima Beach. We've got people from Marrickville coming along the same paths. And we've got people who ride all the way from the Shire into the city along our bike paths. So these are really important cycle routes. Less cars on the road also alleviates traffic, which is good for everyone. And cycling is good for our physical and mental well-being. Some people, like myself, I don't carry my own bike repair kit. Many people don't. So a bike repair station allows you to pump up a flat tire when they get deflated, or do other minor repairs. So I can very much imagine some of these bike repair stations potentially at Barton Park, or the new aquatic centre at Botany, along the foreshore, perhaps beside the pop-up coffee cart that's been discussed for the Muddy Creek redevelopment. Bike repair stations encourage bike use. They make bike maintenance easier, and other councils locally also run workshops in bike maintenance too, and perhaps this is something we can look at in the future as part of our circular economy commitments, because it keeps more bikes in use, less going to hard rubbish, and saves our community too by being more DIY.
Good on you. Good. Councillor Jensen?
Thanks, Mayor. I support Councillor Douglas's motion because I don't know a lot about these, but I do agree with what Councillor Douglas said, and I think that they could be a useful addition, and I'm hoping to learn a little bit more about them in the report that comes back. And I know we are focusing a lot more on active transport, so therefore I support this.
Yeah, good on you. Yep, Councillor Hannah?
I got pretty pumped up about this one.
I was waiting.
And I thought if we get onto this, it's likely to cause a chain reaction, perhaps. But I was. I thought, I wonder what Councillor Douglas is peddling with this. But thank you. I was approached a little while back by a councillor from Georges River Council, who is a triathlete. And she did send me a photo of, she actually thought it was in Bayside Council, but when we investigated, I think it might have been in Canterbury Bankstown. So look, I think this is a good idea.
Yep.
And I think it'd be terrific to get feedback from some of the councils that are doing it, just to see how it's working. But yeah, I fully support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, thank you.
Can I just add finally, it's a great idea. I've seen other councils do it as well, where they'll have like a local business, like small business bike shop, actually come and do a workshop and come down. Council pays for 1 or 2 hours of their time and actually teach people basic maintenance. So it's actually an education piece as well. So as part of events and some of foreshore in future and those sorts of things, to actually have it there, it supports the small business owner or owners across their LGA. There's a lot of bike shops here, and also teaches our community. So yeah, thank you.
That's good.
And Mr. Mayor, in conjunction, I mean, if it does get traction, some advertising along the lines of "on your bike."
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I think this is a great motion. I support it as well. I've ridden my bike to work quite a lot in the past, and sometimes I've actually seen people by the side of the road riding their bike with a flat tire or something. And I think this would be a really great opportunity to provide something for people who are in that situation. I also think it is a great education opportunity as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, declare it carried. Okay, the last item is Councillor Sedgwick. Moved by Councillor Sedgwick. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Souness. Any speakers?
Just to be quick and brief.
You said that all night.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a prerequisite. Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, this is not a real controversial motion. This is to congratulate the Georges Riverkeeper, which myself and Councillor Tunis are part of, for their great work that they've done over the year. They've recently won the prestigious Australian Keep Australia Beautiful New South Wales and Sustainable Cities Award for zero litter in the Georges River. And there are 8 councils that have been working really hard together to keep Georges River nice and clean. They've done a marvellous job. So really, I just commend all council, and I want to congratulate Bayside's role in that, as well as Georges Riverkeeper. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Councillor Souness.
Just quickly, just the end of the night. not many people would know that the Riverkeeper is a very small organisation. I think it's got about 8 employees. It relies on subscriptions from the council, the 8-member councils, and for grants. And a lot of their work is trying to grab grants as best they can, and then trying to meet their targets. So it is a very well-oiled machine, so to speak, in an environment which is very complicated because they have issues such as fish kills and all these things, and they're out 24 hours trying to resolve those issues. So it is a big thing. Not many people want to do it, get involved, like the councils can't do it. So we've given we pay a subscription for someone else to do it for us, to look after our river. And it's a great organisation. It's been going, 40 years, I think, this year. So good luck to them, and good luck to them in the future.
Councillor Jansen?
Through you, Mayor, I thought this was a terrific project, so I looked it up and just wanted to ask a question to our councillor representatives on the Riverkeeper. This particular project that won the award, 6 of the councils participated in it, but 2 of the member councils didn't. One was Bayside. Do you know how the participating councils were chosen in this project?
The issue, well, I'll tell you, the issue with Bayside is Georges River doesn't really run through Bayside. We've got the commencement of it is under the bridge at Captain Cook's Bridge. So the role we play is, if the river's clean, then Botany Bay is clean by default. So that's why we're involved. We could have gone out a few years ago, but the previous council decided to continue and stay there. So we didn't have an active part to play in that particular thing, but we get the benefits of it.
And just on that note as well, we get the end of Georges River, and so a lot of it comes into the Cook's Cove. So a lot of the rubbish that comes down comes from the Cook's River all the way down. What Georges Riverkeeper has done really well, and I think it's a valuable, is they look at, in particular, inmates from Silverwater Jail, and using their programs to clean the river all the way from Willindilly, Liverpool Fairfield, Georges River, Canterbury Bankstown, all the way down to us. So well done once again.
And I think it's called
Councillor
Wollondilly.
Barlow?
I think it's called Wollondilly. Yeah, not Willindilly. Wollondilly, no. And, and I know that, because I looked at it and I wondered why we even participate, because we really don't have the river there. But we have councils that know the river intimately, so I'm glad they're on it.
Here. All right, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, the carried. Okay, councillors, it's going to be 11 o'clock in about 30 seconds, so I'll need to move it to extend the meeting by an extra 15 minutes. It's been moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Sooners. I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Those against no, declare carried. If we can have questions with notice, they'll be recorded. Now we're going to go into confidential session to discuss the tender for Botany Golf Club House. Oh, yeah, sorry. Councillor Morris has an urgent matter, a suspension.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe we have to, I've got an urgent motion that did not make the cut-off for the business papers, and it's urgent because this is the last ordinary meeting of council until February, and we need some traction before then. So I'll move that. Councillor Curry seconds that. Will you hear the motion?
Yep.
Cool. And it's in relation to accepting cash at our aquatic centres. There was an updated one there. There was botany. Did you get the second one? There was a second one. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I did see something. Oh, yeah.
Just add and botany aquatic centre. Angelo and SS aquatic and botany aquatic centre, and the last word change to centres.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interrupt at this point. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, I wasn't aware of this. I'll have to declare a less than significant non-pecuniary interest on the basis that I am a foundation member of the Angelo Anistis Aquatic Centre. As a foundation member, I pay my membership fees by direct debit, and any transactions that I do within the centre, I pay with my card. So on that basis, I will actually remain in the chamber for the voting on this.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. So I think there's been a lot of representations by residents to councillors, to council staff in the mainstream and social media as well about council not accepting cash at the Angelo Anistis Centre since we took over. And the same things always applied at Botany, where we've also received feedback from residents saying that they would like to pay cash, just dropping kids off, swimming, $10 for a coffee and a muffin or something like that, and unfortunately council has that cash facility. So I'm seeking the support of council that council takes immediate steps to implement the acceptance of cash at those centres. I know there is a process that must be followed, but I wanted to get the ball rolling for the benefit of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the General Manager to comment.
Through the chair, if perhaps I could just describe what that process might be. Because the motion will have financial implications, we will need to purchase things like a safe, cash registers, and organised cash pickups. There are real costs associated with those things. So the motion tonight will need to come back to the council with an estimate of cost so that you can adopt it, so that we can then incorporate it into council's budget.
Okay, if I can only just ask, sorry, I had a Mentos that it come back as soon as possible. Can we do that at the extraordinary meeting? Will we have an indication of cost by that time? That's a few weeks. See how we go. Thank you.
All right, everybody clear on that?
Well, I'll just make,
Yep.
I
Councillor
fully
Bowles.
support this, and I think I've had many complaints. I've also made my own comments, and as a retired small business owner who dealt a lot in, well, small transactions. And I also, what has worried me most is the fact that the children today are going to not be able to add up. We can't add up now, but I used to challenge kids in the shop to say, how much is it? And how much change do you get? Because they will never learn anything. I know a customer that has left because they had an autistic grandson that had been really, gone out, but went up to get his chips, came back, and his grandfather, no money. He didn't understand why he couldn't have it. So they now don't come to that facility. You're losing more money than I think it's going to cost you because of the way that you have to use the facility. It is something that has to be done, and I don't know why. I mean, I agree with the swimming and the ones where you join up and you pay, but even I think it's that $3 spectator fee or whatever it is. But there are so many, especially older people, they don't carry a card. You know, there's one lady said, I used to bring my $6 to go and have she swims every morning at 7 o'clock, I think, or she does exercises, then goes and buys a coffee. So she said, I don't want my card there. It can get, get lost or whatever. So, and I just don't understand why it ever was chosen to do that, especially with small transactions, especially in school carnivals. I mean, I know people say, oh, a kid can have a card. I'm sorry. When my son was young, I couldn't trust him with a card. He'd lose it. He used to lose his suitcase at school. So he was a bit of a dreamer, but at times. So I'm pleased that this has come forward, and hopefully it can work out, because in the long term, I think you're losing more money now than you would to the cost of changing it.
Councillor Jansen.
Through you, Mayor, I'm supportive of this because, just quickly, I think that this is in line with some of the principles in our strategic documents, such as the social justice principles in the community strategic plan and some of the age-friendly documentation which talks about making our centres accessible for recreation needs of seniors. And some would say that going cashless does discriminate against certain target groups. So I think that this, because the community have asked for this, I think I'm in support of it.
If I can
Councillor
just
Cook.
add, I took the liberty of calling 4 pools in 4 surrounding councils, and they all accept cash. So just to put that there.
Okay. Any other speakers? If not, I'll put it. All in favour say aye. Those against no. Declare it carried. Now we have to go into, in accordance with section 10A of the Local Government Act and the Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I invite any members of the public to make representations to whether or not this part of this meeting should be closed to the public to consider the confidential items. When no representatives, I move that council closes the meeting to the public for the reasons outlined in the report. So, if our staff, we can switch off.